everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey. Asempa, Ubetinsen, Asempa, Nya Upe Biara. Asempa FM, station Bakupe, Asempa, Woo Fie, Asempa, Woo Jumemu, Asempa, baby, Woo Biara. Asempa FM, Asempa FM, 94.7 in Wasamarin. Asempa, Asempa, Upa Asempa Tia, Utini Radio Upa Odim 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey. All talk all day.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And there they come, ladies and gentlemen.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asonyina etie sa platform idea se unyana betna subia na it's a privilege and an honor na yamu be so part of the inception of this particular platform shasi ache enemo anso na shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
That's na me fa kunya oso enchia etifo nyina o muti Ekosiisen dwumadi no na ebedo mo so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo ene me gigi se ofa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a woti na adwuma pa maye bada be pem samrenti me sama moniyo moni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina that's na me fa kunya oso enchia etifo nyina o muti Ekosiisen dwumadi no na ebedo mo so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo ene me gigi se ofa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a woti na adwuma pa maye bada be pem samrenti me sama moniyo moni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio. Ekosiisen How did it end? And the host of the show, OB.
Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morni, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morni, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen.
Lawyer mo finshapa.
Okay, Major so.
Boko die.
Nyakopo adarama.
Da Yesu ase.
Afinu me tumus wa start
Eja
ho fe na ba papa.
Kakra yebuso.
Money yo so.
That's it.
Money yo.
Lawyer mo finshapa.
Okay, Major so.
Boko die.
Nyakopo adarama.
Da Yesu ase.
Afinu me tumus wa start
Eja
ho fe na ba papa.
Kakra yebuso.
Money yo so.
That's it.
Money yo.
Ubaba tena kwanja no. Me monitor upa na I am tea office and I'm tea or car. Me jidi say ya bompa say yankumpo. O ma honde. Na ma o yansa. Na o timi fa ye adwuma no. Ya bompa say ya banya obi ti say wo no na beto replace adwuma no na adwuma no enkoso e magana yina.
Honorable Yakumo Kwabado Ekosiisen so awien.
Me je so mi aba e be say.
Adumu honorable na so e.
Yo mama ya ma shime.
Ese hu se kusie so apia awia na chese bibi na di na chire enti medin e de akua boachi wa yi adomu nu aba na mte hoi. Eti honorable.
Wo badwuma. Wo badwuma na me ta also.
Medase.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Median Kasa, Solomon Angel. I am from King Solomon, but the whole Western region had the Ubo aircon will be a bachelor. Yes, taxi driver. Me fear no. My name in Kuala, me you quite duma. Me mammy, I shall in Kuala, as summer to Miniam or Quack of Shen Cape Coast. To me, Bamana, me wolf me my baby nest. Timothy first blasting, I'm saying no. I do it near to a near giant, and you'll be not to better your blasting. It is a blasting quadia. Boys no move to a brana, me mamma, my channel, my cotobo by yes, I don't know. And I mean, me shaving fear comes a no. Mama J. a poor me when I drew blasting. Mama from them, what German was a more blase. And then my mum should know in premio. Me kick a movie and a master tea woman fufuno. And I'm a second blast and a second blast now. No, you think I can say no. One shall be able to messy. Miss me to me, Jan Koran won't forget. Nippano, yes, I don't know. There was some called Tam Korani in a free room war. Now me do a mobile me, but I'm back outside, playing place me jump for in as well. I'm back. See me buy now, me Gina one soon. I bring me back, me Jim says, me Gina play now. Ebia mobile particulars on Korani Susa. A Baba Kobama back, question is he. And she said, Sadia, yeah, you need blasting, you sugar can. I was find myself somewhere to me view Kubena, my name Koran Kubu, Kubena say. Tobacco bomba, Kumba, money, Butu, Kubena say, should go to BB, but at least Kubena celebrate to my GB. See a Butuasia, me Butuas in a meet town, who says, a matches will be here the day this uncle for a time and I say, BBNT. My son were outside. See me to 1 minute zim back up. I say, I walk from there to grass, our window now, all flowers, and so better from the grass in me windows in I say, a pier, abba outside, Annie. And I'm a share pajama hair, so no pajama hair, so no crab. Man, who says sky, yeah, that way, you blue, black, yellow, man, who be out, me who, don't be a man get better on that doma for you, poofy throw, and buy a new site, in fact, near day. We should be as well besides say, a branch and I can say, I did my same day, I never say, we pray now, with that, as one in the only other thing beside can't just say, when you wait, they see to a new drawer. Economy baby, tram is inside, no, what now. So let's know what any pebia. According to me, I'm in a Mocasa corner there. Chrome had a Obiani, boy, corner of Canada, I won't go back to the whole Bogaso. Now, so I let you need to be a 1 day pet. And I'm found a dropping free Bogaso by. Yeah, but no, your door to door campaign, such a me no man, you know, I didn't know my mammy will send me help. I will carry be an answer, be a Baba family of Roma. Mammy, Yami, who not know my mammy. It will be shelly, baby, noise or supply on one number for help. So, and the cast no boo, plug your boon to a no, your door to door service. It's a one I didn't see and I'm a wife by the Jaguar and man, no, ja, me book by investigation near Corso. Timmy do one of a team and on for me, no, who say, Suarez, any coffee small boy. Let me see you at it. If you are Sabo, me never for me, no. Only me pay for this one, me send me be a free to free, me Niska crab, me taxi driver, me plug driver by family.
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Asempa FM.
Abusia ma munyina ha edamase enneso odomfo no ede acheyen ya wo pepombo sumi no emu aka enne ennan ne ade akogu na wotwi beko awie na wotwe foforo ebesimu no na eye ogefo bosome ye febo bosome no eti ya sa bosome na ye dia no na chese yate asim na ye kwa no bosome etosuo mienu bosome emu ede eno na ye odobosome no ya ye nyina ye hyehyemu ebie eti bosome we ya amanfo asua na eden no kakra ye di kogu abusuamfa seda matwedi ampon se enne so wacha ye nkwa se wote mene wote as wotie yen efra Asempa 94.7 FM nko ade a emfa ho ni baby a woda emfa ho ni baby a wo emfa ho ni situation a wo mu wote ye ne nko ade ye mfa seda matwedi ampon na ye nkanche ni se ne ewo mu bia no se yede a ontoa so se nya onu nyame nom na onka ye nyina ye ho na onye ye tata mfa ye ntwa fi ene Ekosiise adwumadie no a yede eba no nsem ewo mu edoso ne yede ba no ya bɔ bede man ye sane agu ho ede ama ho efise ensem ebiasi ene ya make say nomiensa pepepepepepe ene MPP amanyokuo no town hall meeting or the so Ministry of Information edi animo ene levy no honsem no aye bebre wonim reason ti ase ene omayimra hyebadwafo wobekwa kwatena sese wo suesu agin na levy no wasisudua kase boje atomu a reason ti a as a citizen of this country Ghana mind this year wose wutua sa levy no ebusua enchemu ene MPP amanyoko no town hall meeting ya boye no education enchemu na wode eba we kura de ye government no ene di animu enye MPP as a party ye government no ena mpanimfo se wo kiremu se wanhwe ya ebi a wo beti explanation bi afiri baabi ebe wiase no wafa bibi a wo so wo ka bie na ebi ade no ena wonte ase asem no ena wonte ase enti reasons ti e bo se Ghana ni bia se yesi yeden hyehyeye bi ba na yesi enne ya befo kwan so a ye fa ye tua ye sika yede ye hyehyeye nyina e bo se ye gitumu a senti e bo se ye ge etumu enne nomiensa pepepe town hall meeting no explanation bi a government no e bode ma o my Ghana no onimunyamfo kwadwo opon kroma information minister ashoye hwo mayisi kasem so empanimfo bedi animu na watumi edi nchemu no aba yade betum live wa Asempa 94.7 FM enti fi nomiensa ekro no ne bose mpanimfo kan ne wo se enne hye hono mo a ebi a Ghana fo ntiase ne wonya ye no ni nyina nomiensa brem yade bebrem enna napko ye kan napko a abanyi ba ye no enhyehyɛ ya wodo ne ofa edikan amamuo ye edikan MPP amamuo no from 2016 to 2020 no enhyehyɛ ya mpanimfo de ba ye yo se wode boa ma mabuna ebi awie suapon ebi awie suku ntoaso ebi awie suku ya na wote fie ya sabre no eku anu atete graduates a yesi woni adwumayo abanse ye de napko no eba beboa na napko no eba ye mabunu dodo a wofa abo no ye to aba 2020 ewie ye na ye huhu na napko no na wose etwam mampani na nado se da bi monto aso enyem adwuma bosomi nsia ye de ama wato aso aye adwuma no enu achi na san ye huhu o napko no abawie ye napko adwuma ye fo ni bi de ba bonchen oh yesi yama ye krata ebi enko ehyaase from standard authority empotemu ho no mo ena mpanimfo sande ba yo nya nokre monsanto adwuma no so ene enkrata da bontin chieftaincy ministry no aso ye hwe ahinsi ahenie ne ho ntotoye so ena afedi enkrata no efiri wo ho na de entikura efiri sa ministry no abusua mpanimfo nsa hyase se napkofo no ebrason afedi fie no eyedene a wo beko na se wutie ensemu nkyeremu ye di kan ba ye fa se napkofo no wo bekwa kwanya wo befa so ama wako eni training ye wo so de ema won eti se abase bi kofie kura no a won kɔ ne nsansa ɛna enwuma no so a na kofo ekɔye adwuma wɔ mu no ebeto odwa se wo se ebi fa won ema wo ka nwuma no mu was see a fabon and more can you because agencies are horror, benuma, hoduomuno, a womua vacancies a better honomo. Enti napko juma ya fono, wamu a koye juma wa honomo send napko fono, and fear do what dia ye juma experience ya wenya. Ghana and as a walk or ye juma ye forward juma be more near bisa working experience near ya ma 4 years near ma 5 years. It is a obi a napko juma ye ni. Na wa go under sa training no for be 4 years 5 years 6 years se na ye ka se ye fa nipa wa adwuma mu a me gidi se sa nipa no ba bi a wo ye adwuma bi a no o qualify se ye be fa won bi enti na ye ne mpanimfo be twetwe nkomo ne ahwe se ye kan na kwa adwuma ye fo no a ba bi a wo koyi ye wonwuma no dodo sen ne yatumi afa won ye maintain won wo ho no mo se moba ye no imatumi go training under training no maba no ye fa mo mama ye adwuma ye fa mo mama ye bi dodo sen ene yatumi afa won ena omo so a ekofie no entete ya ye ka se ye de bema won no eno so ekosi sen ni nyina ena abusua edapono so a ye hwe ewo ekosi sen dwumadie emu eti mabunu no wakeka wo ho abomu napko adwumayefo no wo nkamomukuo wo hodomo communication ben ene ye de amabon yese won kofie no ehin wode wani ekire ye di ka ba ya no so wo na chese o mo kan na o mo de ye ka na o mo de ye ka we ye twi o musika ni nyina awie ni yese o mo kofie no ene ye beko ni nyina emu abusia me din e de akua boahyewa yadom metnemu e de ama Philipos Ebonsu producers no ye Dominic Siyeboa Kwakuchum Jackson Tiamoa DJ Yeyo Queen Star e Japan netechire o frame ABY mejo so yadam live wo Facebook and YouTube say Facebook and awhwe ye ne a anaso wo kɔ no mo a wo ba Asempa 94.7 FM a wo be hwe live wadwenche fa bi to like na share Asempa 94.7 FM and a YouTube so Asempa 94.7 FM o subscribe bo da bia beba bia wo betumi ahwe ye hɔ no mo yadi asedama nyuma ebo ye chidom awie yi Uniyat Practical Institute ene entity school ba ko ya se upese oba no o meye tosom ye ka tosom a sawodi akwada be ko school no obeko obeko GHS no wako senior high school na wako university awie na akwada no woda so many sika won fa ntwa aduane ni waye tosom ka waboni nyina aye kahunu aye kotobekuma sabo mpane saade a school a wode oba no ekose ye treasure institution bi a wode oba no ewura mu no wo se wo bisa wo ho se owie a adwuma no obenya bi aye eye school a ye tete nipa ne se oba outer enimdia abwanya no no ankasa betumi ade aye bibia boa no ho sa suapon ni bi ene UPI anase Uniyat Practical Institute ene odo ba no kɔ hɔ no mo a courses a obeye na enimdie so abode besi abonten wosi abonten wie a ɔno anama ohia coaching bia bio ɔno anama onimnie sese woye onimnie sese wode ne certificate no eye eti abusua emfa wo banko school bia keke emia nka ncho se school bi wo ha school bi wo ano aso na wode akora na kwotume be wiase no na ese abeye how abeto so wo se kasuso na wabo UPI ena nei empanimfo say computer basics and office administration a wo che bi ewo ho network and cyber security engineering and also wɔkyerɛ bi ɛwɔ hɔ and then ya basa cyber security no ɛkɔ so papa because and obi na kan digitization na ɛkɔ so eti oba ɛwɔ saa nimdeɛ no a obi bɛfa na adwuma mu no waboa ama cyber security no watumi protect ne yie UPI se fa ba ne bra hɔnom saa nteteɛ no yɛbɛma ne bi online business and e-commerce and also wɔkyerɛ bi ɛwɔ hɔ ɛnneɛma a wɔkyerɛ wɔ school mu hɔnom deɛ wahu mekan no ɛyɛ yɛdi nimdeɛ wankasa wo nimdeɛ graphic design video editing 3D animation ne nyinaa ɔyɛ bi ɛwɔ hɔ software engineering ɔyɛ bi ɛwɔ hɔ ɔba no wie school a wuni haw biara bɔmmɔden na frɛ mpanimfoɔ wɔ 057 966 966 and I said www.upischool.com. Honum so chese unya kohwa information ni nyina ye de agu honom ya obetumi aboa oba no ama niema etumi akoyie. Yesi afefufuro mu enti se ye car insurance na wo ya abusia promotion na hyehye so e wo Provident Insurance. We insure and also renew car bia ho hyehye e wo Provident Insurance a abusuya bwajeja nneema mu wode akyede atata akire efiri bosom ye dikan ya kosi bosom ye tosom ye nsa 31st March na sa promotion wode eba wieye akyede a yede ema wo ya branding Provident for wonneema enu bi ene yede ema wo sie ka Provident a men you are covered na chese ensiachi ba edimu na yede ema wo no abusuya nche yede ani ebetwemu ewo MPP amanyuko no enhyemu ya ekoso aban numpo na eye ye bekọ honomo Agbeve Herbal Center say eye Mona soap and Mona cream and wode ema yebeba hona yabeyo abusia yenko Ministry of Information na town hall meeting no ne efiri hono mo eba yenko epoye mantem wahu epoye mantem kofodua yekọ na yakọ akotie aba
Asia ewa hai enne ewie mpanimfo akukudam aba beka yensa ombabo ayemayate 11 komono ase na yeso yadwe nkyere ne yasembisa yepese yede to omanim no yede ato omanim enche bia meto mebo akyerɛkyerɛ mu radio ne TV ahodo agana nyinara omani edi achi a wo mo ema ganafo ehuyen ganafo ate asem mesa so akyerɛ mpanimfo a wa ha nyinaa na ansana yebedi nkomo no mepese me frɛ the honorable regional minister the honorable Seth Champo ma omaye nyinaa kwa mama yemfa nsɛmbɔ kɛse enhyia na honorable regional minister to give us a welcome address.
Leader, the Honorable Alexander Afenyo Marking, and Member of Parliament for Futu, the Honorable Deputy Minister responsible for Communications, the Honorable Ama Oma, and Member of Parliament for Drabin constituency, the Honorable Member of Parliament for New Drabin South and Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Honorable Michael Ochubefi, the Honorable Nana Kwesi Ejei Boating, Member of Parliament for New Drabin North, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Achimswedro, the Honorable Ken Osenyako, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Oda, the Honorable Alexander Akwesi Aqua. There are too many MPs here, I'm getting loose. I want to welcome our members of academia who are here with us. I welcome our distinguished professionals who have all been extended a hand of invitation for this important meeting for on behalf of government, as has been eloquently described by my good brother, the Minister of Information. My business is just to ensure that this meeting happening in the regional capital of the Eastern region, the pride of Ghana, happens without any shred or accident. And it ends peacefully, and we take this beautiful policy of government progressively. On behalf of the chiefs and people of the Eastern region, I humbly welcome each and every person within this hall to this beautiful meeting. Enuanom asofonom ene akyerɛkyerɛfoɔ ne amanyɔ mpanyinfoɔ a wa me bɔ odin a wa ma ma odin fakyɛre. Yɛwɔ mu ne sɛ ɛnɛ dwumadie ɛyɛ dwumadie a yɛde boa aban ani so ade hunu ne aban hyehyɛeɛ. Me nua onimonyamfoɔ Kwadwo Ɔpɔn Nkrumah ɛdi kan ato din ama yɛn nyinaa yɛ hunu. Asɛdeɛ ne sɛ megyina apue mantem ahempɔn ɛne ɔnemanfoɔ anan mu na mama yɛn nyinaa akɔ aba ɛwɔ ekuro pɔn Koforidua mu. Dwumadie no ahyɛseɛ nie dwuma yɛn nyinaa akɔ aba nyame nhyira yɛn na ɔma dwumadie no nkɔ awieyɛ pɛpɛɛpɛ ma yɛn.
Honorable Minister, yeah, there was some Honorable Regional Minister, the Honorable Seth Echampong. 24 I shall I say, Mammy break a crack, now mean you 24 crazy a waha eddy, and Chiramunina, not yin fee, yen common. It didn't kind the Deputy Majority Leader, and over Parliament, Dom Kessia or Parliament, Openia Udi and Nimna Trade, the Honorable Alexander Fenyomark, and Memphans and Boccasia in Shiano. Oka mpenimfomi ensa ene yebe kasa ene ewie yi ono aso no member of parliament for Efutu. The Honorable Minister for Communications, the Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo, we fancy Mbokesi Nsiano. The Minister responsible for Finance, the Honorable Ken Ofuriata, we fancy Mbokesi Nsiano. Ewa say. Member of Parliament for Achimswedro, Honorable Ken Osei Nyakun Ewa say, we fancy Mbokesi Nsiano. The Honorable Kwesi Ejei Boating MP, New Drabin North, Yemfa Nsem Kesie, Nsembo Kesie Nsiano. The Honorable Michael Ochubefi, Member of Parliament, New Drabin South, Yemfa Nsembo Kesie Nsiano. The Member Yemfan Sembo Kesi Shiano. The Honorable Joe Sam Apa Menya Krobo, Yemfan Sembo Kesi Shiano. Honorable Margaret Darko, Suhum Municipal, Yemfan Sembo Kesi Shiano. Honorable Richmond Amponsa Achiase District, Yemfan Sembo Kesi Shiano. Honorable Victoria Edu Brim Central, Yemfan Sembo Kesi Shiano. Honorable Isaac Apel Jesse New Job South, Yemfan Sembo Kesi Shiano. Now, if you have some Nsembo Kesi, Honorable Paul Asamoah of Francia Yerebi and Achimansa District, Yemfan Sembo Shiano, where Koko Football Kakrebi na Mebono. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of questions about government's proposed electronic levy. I will have an opportunity to invite shortly some of our speakers to have an opportunity to speak to these questions and provide answers. With us this afternoon as well as the Minister for Roads, the Honorable Amwakwata. Let's acknowledge him with a round of applause. The Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar. Let's acknowledge her with a big round of applause as well. I'll introduce more of the dignitaries who are here with us. I am informed that members of the clergy, Asofo Ewa Hase Bebe, Asofo Mpamcho Muntumunsa, Emma Yehu Bebi Amo Edamwase. Traditional council representatives are here. Market women representatives are here. Transport union reps who are here. Give us a big wave wherever you are, Transport union. Momo agents are here. National service persons are here. Members of NAT, TEU, TUTAG, hoteliers, beauticians, dressmakers, CTAG, NAGRAT, health workers, students, and other members of the cross-section of the Ghanaian society are here with us today. Kosa bebre na nipa bebre bisafa e-levy no ho. E-levy na eda ade. Eden na be yamae. Eto a yetua wo Ghana no so eso adwuma yesra aban se aban enyemaya na. Levy no se aban eje a wonoma epese e transfer sika ewo platforms ahodo so nyina begjae ana. Amanoni a epese yekọ bisi South Africa, bisi English abrochi, bisi America. Ehon etoa hina omutua. Empen bi krampa besen kwa na ese se aban the talk time tax bar obi abegjae kasa ewo ne telephone so. Sa asem no na bakosem sen nete. Na wie ye hia wa he ye nkomo ne ebedi no afanu brofo kakra na ye de aba akan kasa so kakra. Ewie radio ni TV ahodo bebre hwe yen etie yen enche bia mebobodin na enche bia mefre minister responsible for communication and digitization no abefi yen komodie no ase obema yehu abefo intentan edwumadie no kwan omofa so edidi dwa no emu abakosem sen nete emre bia besen kwa ye ka se be talk time tax a ampaniampa ebi mu sorry ti a se talk time tax ye de ba obi ankasa o telephone so biom telephone so komoni ade nyina begu ye nye sika bi amfiri mu sa amfidi djuma ne ade nyina begu no na bakosem etesen enne amaya hodo ahena momo ana transaction levies we wo mu RGB sika sen na de bre o maban ede mpuntu djuma na o maban ede ye enema we ebi ena ni odikan yo ne ebe kasa Minister for Digitization and Communication ede betu enim se mo e krado a mo mayen fanse mbo nhia the Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo. Nkomo no obedi no brofo kakra ene akan kasa kakra. Honorable Minister.
Asempa FM.
Honorable Minister for Finance, the Honorable Minister for Information, the Deputy Majority Leader in Parliament, the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, our host, the Honorable Regional Minister, MPs of the region here present, MMDCs of the region here present, the clergy who've graciously granted us the use of this hall for this program, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon. I'll start in English and then try to translate it into Twi as I await the questions that will come from the floor. Over the past 18 months, it's become clear that if the African continent is to be globally competitive, it must embrace the common vision of creating an integrated and inclusive digital society that improves the quality of life of citizens, strengthens the development of the private sector, and advances Africa's quest to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. COVID-19, like every cloud, has a silver lining, and it accelerated the digitalization of Africa and helped us to see how pivotal digital platforms, applications, and services are. According to the UN Economic Commission for Africa, 61% of a sample of firms surveyed on the continent reported an increase in online sales since the start of the pandemic, while more than 60% of micro, small, and medium enterprises identified online selling as a top new opportunity in response to the crisis. As we were locked down, trading moved from shops to online and digital platforms. Globally, the digital economy is projected to grow from $11.5 trillion in 2016 to over $23 trillion by 2025. We cannot be spectators and observe events. We have to be part of the networked world of today. And as a government, we are focusing on improving access, reducing costs, and improving the speed of internet access, while also leveraging on digital platforms to augment fiscal policy and better shape the delivery of public services. We need to understand the nature of transactions being undertaken on digital platforms. And I'll try and give a small snapshot of this. A survey was recently conducted on transactions undertaken on digital platforms. And some of the results confirm that in Ghana, digital platforms have become the main tool in recent times for payment for goods and services, as well as for transfers and remittances locally and in some cases abroad. The survey also showed that digital transactions have surpassed cash and checks as the preferred medium for transacting business. Data from the Bank of Ghana and other sources have also confirmed the growing trend in e-commerce and other online sales and activities. Between February 2020 and February 2021 alone, Ghana witnessed an increase of over 120% in the value of digital transactions compared to 44% for the same period between February 2019 and February 2020. Online selling offers convenience. It's easy to transact, it's secure, it is visible, and the surge, we believe, was primarily due to the increase in the use of digital platforms caused by COVID-19 at the beginning of 2020. We've all realized that without digital infrastructure, it's almost impossible to live in today's world. Try leaving your phone behind at home and going to work and see if you can function properly during the day. It's no longer a luxury. It's become an indispensable tool for transacting any kind of business. And it's not just for entertainment, but it is a working tool. It is your bank in your pocket. It is your office in your pocket. It is your source of correspondence, amongst other things. In 2020, the total value of transactions was estimated to be over 500 billion, compared to 257 billion in 2019, and only 78 billion in 2016, just 5 years ago. Today, as we speak, and we have the data for mobile money transactions from 1st to 24th January, 333 million plus mobile money transactions have been conducted just this year alone, from 1st to 24th January. Worth and the value of over 75 billion cedis has been transacted just for this period, and the month has not even ended. I don't have the comparable figures for the banks, but I dare say bank transactions will be just about a third of what we're witnessing on mobile money platforms. The Finance Ministry tells us, and he's here, he'll give us more detail on that our tax to GDP ratio stands at 12.2%, which is one of the lowest in sub-Saharan Africa. The average for the region is 16.5%, implying the tax burden of 30.8 million are paying for the developmental needs of the entire country and carrying the tax burden of 30.8 million people. That's not sustainable. And I dare say it is unfair to mainly public sector workers and those who are registered with the GRA as taxpayers, while the rest of us, both in the formal and informal sector, find ingenious ways of evading our civic responsibility to pay taxes. We're talking about a Ghana beyond aid. We need to be able to finance our own development and stop the dependence on either loans or grants or aid from other countries if we are to be truly independent. In 2008, the government of President Kufuor introduced the communication service tax in August of that year, and it became another source of income for national development. That tax was introduced at the rate of 6%, which was later increased to 9%. E-levy is being introduced at the lowest rate for any tax in Ghana, comparatively at 1.75%, less than 2%. In other countries, digital taxes are being introduced at the rate of up to 10%, and they are paying. That's the UK, and we go there and seek loans from them to finance our development when we are not paying the requisite taxes that we should. In 2020, the Communication Service Tax Amendment Act was passed to reduce the rate from 9% to 5% from the 15th of September 2020. When the CST was introduced, it faced similar opposition as we are seeing currently. And the current speaker dubbed it as talk tax, as the NDC and the industry, led by the GSMA data, claimed it would damage the growth of the telecommunications industry as consumers would change their mobile communication habits. This does not happen. They were unfounded fears. Incidentally, at the time, I was the spokesperson for the mobile telecommunications network operators. And I remember vehemently opposing the communication service tax based on data from the GSMA, which is an industry association, the GSM Association internationally. They had produced data to the effect that introduction of any such tax would kill the industry, stifle its growth. And so based on that analysis, we all went out and opposed the introduction of that tax. Several years on, we realized that those dangers were unfounded. It never happened. The industry has grown exponentially since 2008, and all of us find telecommunications and digital infrastructure applications and services as indispensable to everything that we seek to do. The same speculations and complaints are being made about the e-levy, that consumers will stop using electronic transactions because of the imposition of this levy. I dare say that based on our experience with the communication service tax and lessons from other African countries, we're confident that the e-levy will not bring about any negative changes in consumer behavior, as electronic transactions afford us the convenience, the safety, the security that we currently enjoy. Despite the NDC's opposition to the communication service tax, they never repealed it when they were in power. They didn't even reduce the rate of the levy. They also complained about and rejected the National Health Insurance Scheme when it was introduced in Parliament and actually walked out. They complained about the capitation grant and sought to rubbish it. They had issues with free SHS and even asked for a boycott of the national ID and ridiculed our oil discovery as well, claiming that it was adringo and not crude oil. They always oppose every initiative that will ultimately benefit the Ghanaian people. But our collective experience shows, and they themselves admit, that despite their initial opposition to many of these interventions, they've proven to be worth their weight in gold. I dare say, and I appeal to them to cooperate with government and work with us to pass this levy as well, because ultimately the results that we got from the communication service tax, which clearly did not destroy the industry, will also be evident post-implementation of this levy, as we are all working collectively to enhance access to and use of digital platforms, working with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that digital financial services becomes the norm rather than the exception, as we strive to create a cash-light society and reduce our reliance on cash for our transactions. This year, working with the ministry and the developers of the Ghana.gov platform, we intend to move applications and payment for all government goods and services onto the Ghana.gov platform. If any of you has applied for a passport recently, you would vouch for the fact that it's made it easy, simple, corruption-free, harassment-free. The Goro boys are screaming because they're being deprived of their livelihood, because now you don't need to know anybody to acquire a passport. Just go onto the Ghana.gov platform, submit your application, pay for it, and you'll be sent notification of when to come and collect your passport. And when you go, your passport is ready for collection. You don't have to pay a bribe to anyone. We're going to do the same for all government goods and services using that platform to ease government to citizen interactions and make it easier for us to conduct business in this country. It is not a story I'm telling you. It is a fact which is happening. If you apply to register a company now, you would see that, and I used this example yesterday, the minute you register your company, notification is sent to your district assembly where that business is located. They also send you notification instantly about the amount of business operating license that you have to pay. You pay for it electronically. You get a receipt electronically. You're ready and you're set to commence business without having to pay bribe join any queue or suffer any harassment. That's the kind of digital infrastructure that we're putting in place, which will facilitate the use of digital forms of payment and will not collapse the industry. So I can say confidently to the Momo operators that we're working to grow your business and not to destroy it. Transaction value may report also upon the introduction of this levy, but they picked up almost immediately, and after 4 months, we're back at the levels before the introduction of the tax, and currently have far outstripped those levels. I'm confident that it won't take even 4 months for the industry in Ghana here to absorb this levy and grow even more, as was the case with the communication service tax. We're unique, we're blessed, we're a nation after the heart, God's own heart. And so we've learned lessons from the experiences of other countries that have introduced digital taxes in this continent. And that is why the Minister for Finance has put a cap, a safety cap, whereby transactions up to 100 cedis are exempted from the levy to ensure that those who send these sums are not severely impacted. And 40% of all Momo transactions fall in this category. So almost half of all the transactions are exempted. Just a few statistics about how much we spent on e-commerce in by January 2021. We spent 234 million on travel, mobility and accommodation. This was even down by 34% due to COVID restrictions on travel. We spent over 144 million on fashion and beauty on electronic platforms. This is in Ghana here. All these transactions happened electronically and went largely untaxed. Business has moved from physical locations online, outside the reach of the GRA, and depriving government of much needed revenue. We need to reverse that, and the e-levy will do that. It will enable government to build a proper digital infrastructure and create a digital marketplace which will connect buyers and sellers and help people access value-added services such as e-health, e-agric, e-education, etc. It will provide funding for cybersecurity to protect us from cyber fraudsters and criminals as we engage more on digital platforms. We all want connectivity, and a robust digital infrastructure will drive down the cost of using telecommunication services and improve access to digital services. We're rolling out the rural telephony project. It will also give all of us a chance to contribute to our own development and our economy, our economic and infrastructural development. It will reduce corruption, theft, and other forms of embezzlement because it is inherently traceable and people can't hide and commit fraud or crimes behind it. If you use a credit or a debit card, you pay between 2 to 4% transaction fees, and so the levy is on the lower end of total cost. All bank transfers also attract bank charges. So it is not true that this is going to affect or be double taxation or tax our capital as well. But I leave that for the finance minister to talk more about. The roads minister is here. We'll get funding for road construction and maintenance and more reliable payments for existing contracts to reduce the overall burden on government. Such infrastructural development will also create more jobs for the youth and cut down on youth unemployment, as Youth Start initiative would also do. More financial inclusion and digital empowerment for the less privileged in our society would also ensue. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are there for government to achieve, including reducing inequality, gender equality, education, clean water, and sanitation. We need to find a way of increasing domestic revenue mobilization, which is key to achieving these goals. If the funds are not generated internally, we would either have to go and beg for aid, borrow. We can't steal. So we would either have to beg or borrow. And we cannot continue to borrow to finance or beg to finance our development. Government is seeking to meet its agenda of a Ghana beyond aid, and this requires all of us to support the e-levy and contribute our quota to national development. The world is changing, and we must depend more on our own internally generated funds for our development. He who pays the piper calls the tune. So long as we are dependent on donors, they will dictate the pace of our development. And so we need to rely less on donors to be truly independent. Our destiny really lies in our own hands. Someone, Yamikaye, the Tofabo, Moane say, Abai a yan shishay, Ebema ye de aberfo. Infidie, ene, intahudie, yashemu ekna. Nina eye sikasam. Na se yampe, yankasa yenya sika, ewa yankasa yanhu, entria for yampuntu na yenina yerihena. Just yakobobosia, ana yakosre. Na okosra dia, oni na okosre wonhono. Ono na echire wo se da ha. Yesei nti na yemfa ahudie a yenya as oman no ankwankwe amanone fo na wo se omo efso yasene na yeye yempuntu nyuma no na ene na yemfa ahudie no na yedi ne sen efise yensa ehye wanim emri bi atwam yekọ IMF omo ka kire yense mayema mebu yemfa mebu adumamu ewo aban adumakuom. There was a freeze on employment. Enti na yemma etifia yenya adwuma enye ebise omo ma yensika no na ehye yen kete se ma yemfa yemma ewo adwuma yensusu de enim se yen daachi impuntu agina entiti a yede be ma yemma no ene enti e wose yemma won entiti a be ma omotumi aye abefo nkitahudie no omosusu de won ho ebeji mu bi ni nyina eyesika wo hwe yensika semse ni nsitie na se yankasa yansomu kakra we asoha we asora ni entwa ne kakra yempuntuo no ebeka akire emri bia yede top tax eba no eye afi 2008 no yeti hoye san yeti ni sesie se yede top tax ne ba bam nyina ye jai kasa ewo telephone so ebegu adwuma no internet adwuma no enkoso ebio ewade adom pantamin kufu aban etumi edebaya time ayede ba no na me ye adwuma ewo me kasamafo emma network telecoms service operators no enti ye ne aban ezi ye ni bia e kan bia se yede ba no ebe ha adwuma no na India kakra omo dia ma yen free GSM association na kire se ebe ha adwuma no nanso abakosem ye nyina ye living witnesses ye di one dance ye se ye di talk tax ba ye no adwuma yi enu etumpan menne obia adwuma die bia wo ye bia no wonni internet access wonni data wonni phone na adwuma die na wo ye no me ye no eye din emma ye nyina kakra enti ne yeti se ebegu adwuma no enya saa na esiye ni wa wehemu se saa akuo ya ne mpanimfo bi nsoso asori kasetia e-levy send ye see with talk tax to me wa wehemu se ye de e-levy nsoso ba ɛnwu adwuma biara mmom aban kora ɛnɛ ɛyɛ nhyehyɛeɛ a ɛbɛma amanfoɔ dodoɔ na ɛyusu abɛɛfo kwan so ɛde nkitaho sɛ ɛyɛ dwadie sɛ ɛyɛ adesua sɛ ɛyɛ apɔmuden mpo sɛ ɛyɛ kuayɔ yɛhyɛ ne nyinaa kena emu kena na yɛafa abɛɛfo kwan so na yɛde ayɛ dwadie titiriw yɛmpɛ sɛ yɛde sika ɛbɛdi dwa yɛpɛ sɛ obiara use digital financial services yi bi either mobile money ana credit card ana debit card ana QR code abɛɛfo nhyehyɛ ne ayɛ ne bebree a yɛpɛ sɛ ankorankora nyinaa ɛyusu abɛɛfo kwan so ɛdidi wɔn dwa nti yɛn nuanom a wɔn suro sɛ wɔn adwuma bɛgu no me a meda saa asuaye ano mehyɛ mo bɔ sɛ nhyehyɛeɛ a yɛde agu akwan mu no afei koraa na ɛbɛma adwuma no atu mpɔn na akɔ nkan na yɛatrem na yɛbrɛ yɛsusu sika a cash a yɛyusu no bebree no yɛpɛ sɛ yɛte so na yɛfa abɛɛfo kwan so mo ɛdidi yɛn dwa ɛne ɛbɔ yɛn bra nti nhyehyɛeɛ no a yɛyɛ no bɛtrɛ mu mmom ɛmmɛ nsɛe ɛbɛhyɛ mu ɛkena baabi ɔmode saa edwumakuo yi bi ɛtoɔ yi bi baayɛ no nso yɛhu ɔhaw kakra a ɛba wɔn hɔ no nti yɛde aba yɛn nhyehyɛeɛ no mu a yɛayɛ nhyehyɛeɛ a ɛbɛyi saa haw no dodoɔ na afiri hɔ nti maa yɛn koma ɛntu sɛ levy yi yɛde ba a ɛbɛba aba abɛha yɛn daabi yɛhwɛ sika a yɛdi yɛyusu yɛ ɛno koraa $1 nyɛ cedi ɛwɔ abɛɛfo ntentan dwadie a yɛdi January afe a atwa mu yi 2021 ne mu a $234 million ɛna yɛdi ɛwɔ e-commerce abɛɛfo dwadie mu ɛwɔ ɛkwantuo kaafa ɛne accommodation for I can't say high emu aha $234 million ɛnu mpo no na ɛsoate ɔha nkyekyɛmu aduasa ɛnan ɛsan COVID restrictions na ɛbaa yɛ ne nti ti yɛate so 34% ne mpo no ɛna na yɛ $234 million ɛfa ɛma ntarehyɛ ne makeup mu ne saa nneɛma na yɛdi mu dwa Ghana ha nko a o $144 million on fashion and beauty alone. Enti si yɛyɛ saa nhyehyɛ yi a ɔmo di saa adwa yi nyinaa ɛwɔ abɛɛfo mfidie yi so ɔmo ntua ɛho ɛto biara nanso yɛ mmara no ɛkyerɛ sɛ wodi dwa ɛwɔ man mu ha na wonya mfasoɔ bi ɛwɔ ha ɛwɔ sɛ wotua ho ɛtoɔ ɛmfa ho sɛ wabie store anaa wohyɛ wo dan mu wodi and ɛdi saa adwa no abɛɛfo kwan so ti adwuma no ɛmove afiri store dan mu akɔ digital platform so abɛɛfo okay abɛɛfo ntentan nhyehyɛe ɛso ɛhɔ no GRA ntumi ɛnyegye yɛn ɛtoɔ no a ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo gyeɛ no nti asɛ nipa kakraa bi ɔha nkyekyɛmu ɛnwɔtwe ɛpɛ ɛnatua toɔ ɛwɔ man mu ha a yɛde di yɛn mpuntudwuma nyinaa ɔmo kɔn mu ebu yɛn nyinaa yɛbɛtumi atua nkakra ɛde asɔmo asene si yɛsi. Ghana beyond Ghana sre ansan yedidi anaya yeka kwan anaya si school dan anaya si ayasabia e wo se yankasa yetumi sane ye fotom editua ye mpontuo no ehoka ye ma benya adwuma aye abefo nhyehyɛ no ye betrem ehon bambo no ye benya sika ni bi ye de aye ka kwan yebenya bi edi aye agenda 111 hospitals are PCAC no yebenya bi edi aye ti yebesre Ghana fo nyina enkanka yenuanom dem kumafo no se omo emeka yen ho na ehu na abawo mu se eye adeboni bi a eba ebe ha yen no omo nyi se ehu no emfiri yemu
na mmom yɛn nyinaa yɛmfa yɛn hoɔden ne yɛn ani akyiri na yɛnhwɛ sɛ sika no a yɛgyegyeɛ toɔ no a yɛgyegyeɛ no nea yɛka sɛ yɛde bɛyɛ no mpanyinfoɔ yɛde edi saa adwuma no yɛyɛ saa aba na yɛnyɛ saa nhyehyɛeɛ no na yɛmmoa na yɛman mfa ntoma pa ɛmfira damu nyinaa ase.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
no wo de ato aban anim e wo saa town hall meeting ni obekasa a itwa to obey minister for finance owura Kenoforeta na nkasa na mom saa bre mom ayemfa nsembo kese enka me ho na yento nsamfre member of parliament ofi efutu ono am so obedi kan ka fante ana ono abomobo ana ono obedi kan ka fante na ono abo ibia ife ase na oda eche hen titru akwan ho asem a yerka sande wa the road fund no aka ho bi sika ye hia nde boso tv obi are demonstration hia na kwano sika ye hia za ya akwan ho adwuma dem levy obey den wa boy won me mfa nsem boy mfa nhia honorable Alex Afenyo marking.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Oye onyamfo Kenoforeta hen mame Esla Owusu Ekofo oye Communications and Digitalization Minister Otipunechu aban mpanyinfo asofo ankrankro edwumayefo ana Ghana mba ewabri oyemenije na menya akonya the merkasa ma ban ifa hen 11 mejizi de se aban or the taxi bi anazo de or the bibiriba obatwi sikefi hen kotukuma yete no ho nsem pi za orusinde onye wonwa za mejizi do nyi inchechrim and no one na yerutu ozikan matwe hon adwen akwechiri kakra oye abana wodi oye campaign da wonto aba mfaman aba woto we no nsunsun do na omampen akufado inde oti egodo time party iwo opposition okeka nsem bi na nyusu aze hun oba aben maza obotum waye a ye nyina yete ye nuanom so na wo wa aben na wo so wo nhyehyei bi a Ghana fo ye nyitua na odube bi na se ye kede de mazi ye ba ye be ya anwon so wo se de bi ahia na ye wa aben the mazi MPP fo mu ba muruntu munye me mu ko nsam kra na ebien yɛka free SHS yɛreka electricity tariffs sika yɛtua yɛdze twe enyankanea yɛka nursing training allowance yɛka teacher training allowance dɛm nzama a mabobɔ ne nyinara tama MPP party ɔwɔ opposition no NDC abana na ɔwɔ do simi pi ka dɛ ɔnam dɛ electricity ɛkawa yɛbɔ yɛdze produce electricity ne ntin aban runtum until electricity do nti yɛn prepaid yɛ kɔkɔtɔ a na wasa yɛ complain ɔmanpanyin a wefi do onya akukuduru ka dɛ sentry bi wɔ osan dɛ ɛka wɔ hɔ nurses training allowance teacher training allowance woyi fi hɔ wɔse ɛkaw bi nti wɔruntum damara so na mmɔframa dodoɔ a na wapass one BEC ɔde wɔkɔ secondary school wentum wankɔ because sika nyi fie debi amerika sa me se emi me secondary school a mokɔ no ɔyɛ adom na ɔma mokɔ secondary school za me pia kanye de dem nze me nyinara no ɔyɛ hawa na ɔwɔ Ghana abana na ɔwɔ do si de wɔruntum na wɔnyɛ ho hwee a yɛ nyina yɛ nyim MPP party eba asam na ɔkɛn fa ho MPP party ne ka de debi ahɛn yɛ botum yɛ ayɛ ne yɛ ayɛ ne yɛ ɔno nti wɔma hɛn akonya ɔne sɛ so nyankopɔn yɛ adom ma NDC ifido ma MPP bɛyi dɛm nzɛmɛ nyinara ɔyɛ free SHS a wɔsi yɛ ntumi yɛn nyankopɔn adom yɛ yɛ dɛm national teacher training allowance nursing training allowance aban science bɛyi electricity obiara anda ndwene dɛ electricity tariffs na ɔwɔ soro no obotum abefom ɔbefom ami na ɔyɛ ɔyɛ gitum yɛgi hu yɛzi hu dɛsɛ wɔ inyare mun aban amfa tax biara amba menyu kase yenyi free SHS levy na yenyi free SHS tax rather no aban taxes na NDC aban ahyehye gu hɔ dɛ ɔde yetuan opanyin kanoforiata ɔte hei ɔba parliament obotwitwa taxes ni nyare mu odu baby yɛn nuanom NDC fo se na taxes nyinaa na morotwa akɔyi mo bɛyɛ dan na mo finance government expenditure the records are there abani yigi taxes fifi akonim ɔtetew baby ɔyɛ do ɔtetew do abani until now impose new taxational measures burden Ghanaians. The records are there. Na levy ofihi. Mpanyinfo a yɛhyɛ mu ha. Yɛn nyinaa yɛnyu anda de COVID bi reba. Ɔbɛsɛ igozi. Ɔbɛma nkrɔfo wɔn adwuma akɔfom. Ɔbɛma akwantu ahaw ndɛ ne mu nsɛm pii. Wiase ne beebiara, abani biara rebrɛ. Osande sikasama ɔde ɔkɔdo na abanu tum ozi ni dwuman dem sika ni bi nyi wo nti yɛbɛyɛ ne dan abanu asɛm ɔro karanyi de minyimu ezi no kɔ mebɛyɛ social intervention programs may impose tax to finance them but easy baby ayedui ɔde yɛ solve nzama akase bien wɔ ɔman Ghana ɔne nye baaze yen roads yana kwan yana moframa wope edwuma aye mpanyinfo minister of roads wa ha meka tene gwa do as road fund chairman na minyim de egwan hit wo papa ezin kwafo ka obeye 5 billion sika na abano oye 30 million itue kwesata inyamanze itue adwamansa kawa inyamanze wona ne ntue na kaw na no kwakwanyi goro boys then bi obi sene certificate bi mam na mu de certificate na akọ viral ehwe WhatsApp na say the certificate na nante wa chair obi aso onyim obi na wojiji nkofo woniska. We need a system, a verifiable system, a reliable system create a certainty in your businessman in case you your business and there's no certainty attached to the outcome of your business, your cost of doing business increases or you even better forget about it. Problem all when we have something there. Road tolls bosom 6 million, 7 million. Afimun ahin na a kilometer of a road obakos ahin. Them 6 million on yen kodu hwe. Nambom no yemfa ntubo ote da membra. Yazeba enhyehyeye ho no aban benya sike bia no mu yedula regularly no yebo hu do contractors wo tua manka. Na se contractor yedwuma no won tua na kawa. Obede na wase na bebi. Ontumba yen nyinara ye wo parliament. Yekọ yen mpesda nsama wo bi sen anyi de daba na ebe yakoni roads minister or answer question chen minister of parliament because MPBA was opede wo yakoni iti mesre yehia za yebotum na yeza ye na akon na yetum na yetua akontract esefunu ka contract or yedwuma offer obi a onkita nsa na edwuma kra obi a wanko school offer obi a weko machine operation orphan university graduate engineer wafan open management team obi oye finance oye accountant oye dam inti contractors for say yetum years yenyu rehwe won adwuma ne ya up manage the economy so that what the government expects to have in terms of growth in Kenya. Until we can't allow that sector to continue to suffer. And Mijizi there, levy is one major answer. Second, Finance Minister, also you start at on near Baze. Yanam Brente says Sierra Zo Oho Cassini there. O man paying Akufado ni free SHS in it. From a Warburg graduate if university. And na dodoa wobanya nyimzi wo Ghana no on the phone obi wie secondary school another okwa technical school wie ano wie university opedwuma ye ana yezo obi bia ba sha abanedwuma man so police was afibia wo for 10,000 immigration 10,000 fire service 10,000 ahina wobotu afa ekwa brochi mema when ye osande ankrankre djuma wa hye mekena za the finance minister oya papa no ye moborama che owa botel oye ne djuma hu de nkankata ma woso onya homekampo osemeye ikwa ha oroko osemeye because honor was the there ankrankre djuma na ama wedu bebi a wedu nti ozenankasa ne personal experience no all relate and telling us that it when you see I was here juma na sabio enyisika e ya mobor e ko bank akaji bosia ye mu binum breboase wa ankrankre juma yem na yenyim bank loan akaja e bro especially when you are a starter abanin shishenje there gam levy part of it was the Boshe Yanambana Wewe University. Yanambana Weko Suansa and Jumebi. Nambana, what when you zibi the one Casasua Pede, where you one crown crejuma. Osande so on what she making now. And yen nan a yeke chase a juma wa abim. Nature de abanon a juma sam rokodo. Na yeke say nara. And ya saw ye amayofun, yete yahu. And a forum like this, yeah, but pretend there's a more woman yente. Oh, yeah, yet was all politicians, Kafra. What's this car? Oh, what is Kawezi? Anayente. Muka na munka. No quarrel. It is a muka na dama. Not the main concern there. How would that money be utilized? Minister, okay. there is going to be a transparent system. Emi no yo ye botum ya track it. Oh, abanizi dami levy bay. No kwenye contractors is deside wotua wan kaw. No kwenye ye botum ye zun deside Mbrenton and Katesia dodo a wokita nsa na adwuma a wokita nimzi da wopede wo ye wan kwankra adwuma worinya access to capital to do their business. Then we can be sure there indeed aban nenum kasa okan no ozaye adwuma no kwakra dem be music kan kan no abani is free SHS riba no wambeji tax in fee enchen. So it means there comparing ambeyo ku ebien ebi atena bem ebi akọ position ebi asana abebio se covid amba na sikasam anya basa minjinzi de inchaban zidam ilevi baba to survive as a government because abani wo track record there oben otetil tax do ibi compose o yi fi ho meanwhile no ya bebe nyina no abana nka de oh mama mensa do says ya mebo county free SHS metrum abana nka dem abana nka nche teacher training nurses there look says ya yehu de sikenyi wonti allowance ni yetrum meanwhile no abana hieska no oza solve critical nzeme bia obobo hen. Now the politics of it, I mean emide bia meka de politics de me ye MPP obisu ye CPP or your competition se nyimpa na anka sentiam a obede na wa babem abazinti no de de bi obonsem mam so no ya ze papam po a aka ye politics nti no oyedo okka bibi odu twu a ozibochu ya tibida oye no mampanyin kufo osisikas akashe fango ne hwehwem magana yetu fango makade was a crow castle the mabre brofi was a fango catcher mampanyin kufo yeti wo radio do p was oh fango na was we onye no kwa da Ghana yanam hi ne ye Kenya fango eyi mposise oya adwongo gati obibi owa ha bia no ozi nwodese nanso na chirin e baaze na yehuni yehu do ye no kware fango abagana mpa yetu inde sanye dam fango ya yenyen ya che yegina hin enti Ghana mba yemfa NDC sam MPP sam ntwenche budget no ya pass wo parliament yen NDC fo na ya pass budget no pepepe wankade de oppose rate records will bear me out consensus ye will be a often appropriation na nanyi de aban sike biara aban onyetum efi parliament and some was spent also they are passed by consensus. Now pass budget evi na pass appropriation is aban spend aban spend no benye scan wa hi nti sika na obenya na otum na ozi ayewu roads na moframa we dwumasam akodon na se bio onezi menyon ya adwena na ibi aka na cheda wana politics in Oriba ba mo wenyi sum de yenuanom watena be me dey wonye ba ya adwende yes initially was wonye ya adwen echi was so wonze wonye ya nchonye 1%. Finance minister waka ne name also telcos no onye wana akasa was 0.25 busy was obutun wa till that man inti yenhwe ne farba nyi inde ehyezi inti Ghana mba enuanom nti America nyi de wo me yenye jezi e wo nhyehyɛ yi mu osande abani bei obi biara wo Ghana ni abani ponya adwen beja kom de asem biara abani kai de onye tuma obeye nhyehyɛ biara odina no kan no se enyu ohuni a aswat there is no way a Ghana nyi bi botum ejine bebi waka de oh dam akufo ada abani owo opposition okada oba obeye dem obe mponye hwe inya beni ya adwempo ntum nka osande Za working on manifesto promise was really Juma. It can be 100% that I concede, but largely it's been implemented. Intino one year jizi there inyanda dabi. Na mu wenyi sum there. Embroide hinenyi sa nyankopon ya adom ne ye pass azia Ghana fo obehu numu mfaso ibi esiga wo mampanyin kufo na abredo ibi esi wo akufo ado na abredo ne besan yehu bibi papa wo abanimu nti wo ma ye nyina ye nte ye chi nyankopon ni hye won de wetim mede won asipi nyame hye won de
wo me fansem bokesimma the honorable Alexander Fenyomaki, member of parliament for Futu na no disem na nchechemu a oza maheni enuanom na dofo nche bia mete akasemu no baba bibmewo na adwenkyerɛ wɔ asɛmbise bi ɛwɔ no wɔasɔre de ato mpanyimfo yi hɔ n'enyim bibma wedri mepɛ dɛ mɛfrɛ ɔman hɛn fotosamfo the minister responsible for finance the honorable Kenneth Nanaya Okutunkununku Oforiata. Let's receive him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Asempa FM.
Good afternoon.
Asempa FM.
Colleague ministers, thank you very
Asempa
much
FM.
for being here. Our pastors, thank you for blessing these occasions, members of parliament, and everyone else here. It's really an exciting afternoon for me to be here with you. And as my colleagues have said, to really talk through this issue of e-levy and to see what we can do as a country to move forward and also move really out of the shackles of the West, where we continue to borrow so much money and then they dictate to us what we should do. So this is an emancipation of sort, and we should really take it to heart. We are the black star. We are the shining star of Africa. And there are three pillars that we deem we should incorporate, because ours is a country that leads, and it's an idea for the continent. So we started as the first independent sub-Sahara Africa country in Nkrumah's time. For our size, we led the whole continent into democracy. It took almost 60 years for us to then have an organ of the AU in our country, and that was the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which really it's the new independence. Emancipating ourselves politically in the 60s and then moving at this time to being the hub for investments and trade, which is the new economy that we have to. But there are three pillars that our president always wants to remind us about when we talk about Ghana beyond aid. And this, in his mind, is a political independence, and Ghana, therefore, as a beacon of democracy and a safe space in this region. The second one being economic emancipation, Ghana beyond aid, which we really were en route to achieving before COVID. And even that, I think we are going to recover strongly for it. And the third leg, which the president has also emphasized on, is our spiritual independence. And so even in the midst of this leading politically a great carryover in terms of our economic achievements, and now what we call the National Cathedral, which is also going to be a centerpiece of what Ghana represents. So Ghana as an idea is something that we should capture. But what does that mean? It's going to require us to be a confident, prosperous society with the human capital that is required to be able to raise our heads and lead Africa and the black race complete emancipation. But it's going to take some sacrifices on our part and a clarity for us that we are leaders and will do extraordinary things. So this is our lot, and this is where the president insists that we should step up in history to be able to achieve that and lead Africa out of this morass. And we have seen it, especially during this time of the COVID experience, where the West have left us where we should be. We have a system in Africa where literally 90% of all our pharmaceuticals are imported, and a whole series of things that create dependency. And therefore, when the global supply chain is cut, we have problems, big problems. So we went through 2017 to 2019 with incredibly stellar results as to what we as a country had been able to achieve, moving from 3.4% of growth to somewhere over 7%, reducing our budget deficits from 6.5% into about 5%, making sure that our currency did not depreciate as it used to be, and is quite stable, and also having the necessary foreign exchange cover to make sure that we are able to support our currency and our imports. During this period, we did the impossible. We spent over 40 billion cedis on education, 14 billion on healthcare, 14.9 billion on enhancing internal security, 18 billion on flagship projects, and it just continues as to the things that we were able to do with monies that the NDC were sure we will never be able to get. So the benefits have been for all of us, an all-inclusive growth in which about 1.26 million people have benefited from free SHS, 3.45 million covered by school feeding program, the NAPCO, 100,000 young persons, the largest in our history, and over 344 households given lifeline under the LEAP program. So for us, the sovereignty of our people is clear. Everybody as a citizen having a part in this enterprise of this idea of a Ghana that is confident, prosperous, and leading the nation states of the world. Our president has also earned incredible international repute, and now when Ghanaians walk outside or even here, NDC or MPP, their heads are high because they know that Akufo-Addo has done it. Let's give him a clap. So we have to continue with these initiatives. And that then is a challenge of where do we get the resources to be able to do this. Traditionally, when you are caught in such a vice, you go to petrol, you increase it, and we know the cataclysmic effect it has on all of us when we do that. You know, so the good Lord, looking at what the president does, led us into this area of e-commerce. As the minister mentioned, we have grown from a country that was transferring about 78 billion a year in 2016 to over 500 billion this year, likely to be close to $1 trillion, 950 billion next year. Now that is a system that everyone uses, that all of us use. So when she talks about only 2.4 million people paying taxes to support the 30.8 million, you begin to see the enormity of pressure on these 2.4 million people. And how is that sustainable? How do you deepen democracy if you do not pay taxes? Your ability to challenge the political elite is muted, or you join in some underhanded things that we should not be doing. So we came back with the e-levy, purportedly for three reasons. Well, first, certainly to broaden the tax base, and then to increase revenue. And when you look at Ghana and the rest of our region, we have about 12.2% or so revenue to GDP, which is as awfully low compared to our neighbors, 16.5% and up. That we cannot sustain. So we need to cure that. And then when you even look at the distribution of how we pay taxes, you have literally 88% being paid in Greater Accra, and Eastern region, I have you know, that if we combine Eastern region, Ashanti region, and Western region together, they pay 3% of national taxes. That can't be right. And the population will bear me out that that can't be right. So we must all find a way to what we call burden share to be able to do that. So let's dig deep in ourselves. Nobody likes taxes. But really, if you look at our debt situation, what we need to do, so we raise our own money to be able to build the roads that Kwesi Amwakwata is looking for, that all of you are looking for, then we must pay our way through it. If we begin to look at our employment issues, and I think that's a place that is really passionate for our president. And there's good reason for that, because what are we saying? We are saying that under the age of 24, you literally have 56% of our population in that zone. And when you look at economically active people in our country, you have about 11 million people, and that also then requires that we look at that population. Now, if you were to even begin to look, because of the issue of education, you have about 4.6 million people at primary school. By the time we get to JHS, we move to 2.6 million. So what happened to the 1.8 million of those children of ours? From JHS to SHS, we move from 2.6 to 1.2 million. So what happened to that group of people in that category? And then from SHS to tertiary schools of all nature, we get to about 500,000. So 700,000 people have vanished. And then we train them in tertiary institutions, and maybe 10% or less may get jobs. So we have an explosive problem on our hands, not because it might only cause chaos, but the sovereign rights of every individual as a Ghanaian must be something that we care about. We cannot hide our head in the sand, pretending that this is not an issue that would cripple our country and really demean the status of our persons as Ghanaians. But we are people who are the black star, who should be shining, who should be leading in the world. So, the President is extremely worried about unemployment, and therefore this 10 billion Youth Start program, the largest that the country has ever seen, you know, young pioneer pales in comparison to it or anything else. And this also came through effective burden sharing. Burden sharing in the effect that we then approached the banks, and the banks agreed to provide 5 billion for private sector and small businesses for the next 3 years. We approached our international financial partners. They agreed for another 2 billion, that's 7 billion to support this effort. And government itself, through the e-levy, will do 1 billion cedis a year to ensure that this 10 billion package enables us to take care of our youth, which is really important to each one of us Because really, at the center of our party is the reverence for the individual citizen. Because it is that human capital that makes the difference in all that we do. And it is something that our friend, Second Deputy Majority Leader mentioned, that we have all experienced. Because yes, you see all of us here like that, but we all had very humble beginnings, and therefore I grew up in Chebi, lived a mile away from school, wake up in the morning, you go to the river, get your water, put your plantain in your pocket, and walk 1 mile from where we lived to Chebi Government School. If you get to the school, because Brem is on the way and you might decide to swim all day instead of going to school. So that was what happened. And then fortunately, Dad decided that, oh, I have some son in Chebio, so let me find him. And that is what made the difference. The intervention that changed from you not being the smartest person in your Chebi school, because you didn't even go to school. You typically went swimming to find some okoto to catch. So that did, and that changed the trajectory of one life to be standing here today, being the finance minister. And also fortunately had a strong mother who decided not to abort because she was young, and the young man from the royal family had come home for holidays, and one thing led to the other, and the poor woman was at fault for my dad's problems. But anyway, so this is it. So the issue of President Akufo-Addo insisting on senior high school is because he knows the transformation that would occur in that. But then it leads to human capital that must also be helped on its way forward to realize, you know, who they are and what they can do for themselves and the nation. So over this period, we have spent all of this wonderful money to be able to bring our economy into some stability until COVID hit. And COVID, you know, has been devastating globally, and therefore all of us had to recalibrate one way or the other how we move forward. But even in the middle of that confusion, you had a president who was clear in his mind, as he said, don't ever waste a crisis. So charge the Ministry of Finance to come up with a transformation program, even in the middle of that. That's the Mother Cares Over Asempa program, so that we move our legs, we continue to look towards the sun, and find a way that when the COVID is over, we will be ahead of the game. So we have the issues of debt, we have the issues of employment, and we have Kwesi Amwakwate's issues that we have to deal with, which we all embrace because we want roads, we want digital infrastructure, we want physical infrastructure. And this is what we have brought to Parliament. What do we do about this? And the numbers are clear that the economy is shifting from the physical to the virtual, and therefore we need to be up ahead of the game. So we then brought to Parliament a 1.75% levy. As the Minister has mentioned, this is not the most egregious tax that you could get, but it really leads to the issue of inclusion of all of us to build our society and wherever we really want to go to transform this land. And that has been the subject of this debate. The question is, do we want to move to this new Jerusalem? Do we want to move to this new El Dorado so that we can, as a people, show that with our own resources, and there's plenty of it, as we see various buildings coming up in this country. And even as you look at 1D, 1F, I think we started the 181 or so 1D, 1Fs around. Nobody thought it was possible, of which 106 are complete around the districts, and 81 odd and more are happening. You can also see what happened with Planting for Food that has resulted in a sense, in actually being able to export some food at certain points in time. So that really is the reason. Can we sustain our debt and pay for it ourselves so we don't go out borrowing so much? Can we have the resources to support employment, which is key and affects all of us, and really is very dispiriting and breaks down the dignity of our people? That is not the people that we are. And then can we support our infrastructure to be able to then increase productivity, move around the country, and create that modern society that we talk about. And that really, in a sense, is also now going to be elevated by AFCFTA, which is here, so that the issue of regionalizing our economy is now upfront with us. And that is a logistics hub, automobile hub, tourism hub, healthcare hub, etc. And then you see the modern economy that our forebears were confident that we will be able to construct in our land and show Africa and the world the way to go. So when people say, why e-levy and why you should reduce it? Well, we listened. We truly listened and said, well, maybe when something is new, you know, you can have very negative thoughts on that. But we've heard a lot of the history of that, and that people one way or the other in opposition would oppose anything, whether it's good or bad. But we all know that the council normal effort and so the sika and effort. In the area in sika, my young friend talk at the so that really is what we talk about when we say we want this e-levy to ensure that we are masters of our own destiny, that what happened with COVID will not have such a devastating effect because we'll have our own resources and we'll be able to guide ourselves in the way in which we've managed. So we've come a long way from being in the grips of the IMF to our freedom to be able to do what we do. And I think people forget what happened when we were in the IMF program. We couldn't pay for nurses and teachers. We couldn't hire anymore because there were restrictions on that. I mean, it's just really thinking you can go back to Egypt in a way in which we have forgotten how difficult and pernicious that master from Washington was. So we can deal with them for them to give us advice, but we need not ever get into IMF program. And if we don't do this e-levy, you are just pushing yourself in a way that would potentially end up in such a disaster. And I mean, there was a warning of that because last week was a very difficult week for the country. Last week we got downgraded by Fitch, you know, ostensibly because they did not believe we could raise the revenues that we had forecasted because we were fighting about e-levy. But what does that mean when you get downgraded and the spreads widen for your bonds? Essentially, what we are saying is that if you go back to the market, you may pay about 500 basis points more, which means that if I borrowed $1 billion, I pay $50 million more each year. The bonds are usually 10 years, and so 50 times 10, that's $500 million a year. All because we were arguing and not being able to make up our mind on resources that we needed. So we need to moderate that because the consequences are quick. But I'm sure last week there were other things that also were difficult for us as a country. The Bogoso incident was not good for anybody. And then, of all places, Comoros could beat us in soccer. Now that should not ever happen again. I hope the coach has been taking our geography out of our country by now. So this is where we are with e-levy and why we therefore need it why we should be passionate about it. It will give us about 6.9 billion Ghana cedis, but it's really the beginning, because as you put these taxes in place, you sharpen the administration of it, and as the growth trajectory, as described by the minister, will be clear that is going to be an anchor for our taxation, and therefore a continuing capacity and robustness of our ability to get the revenue mobilization that is required. Now, the e-levy, what does it cover? I'm sure we'll do a Q&A on that. So it's mobile money transfers between accounts on the same electronic money issuer, mobile money transfers from an account on one EMI to a recipient on another EMI, transfers from bank accounts to mobile money accounts, transfers from mobile money accounts to bank accounts, and bank transfers on a digital platform application which originate from a bank account belonging to an individual. Then also, what does it not cover? Cumulative transfers of 100 cedis per day by the same person. So if you transfer 100 cedis per day, there's no e-levy on that. I remember being Fenchiniko, or Achimhimai is the new improved name, where a lady said, Nasada, yende 100 cedis you could for a dos. Na Sumibia, see in 3,000 cedis a month for a Jimia transfer. In the other, you know, 100 cedis exemption, no, one of the audience a high dodo. It's a 30 cedis, 20 cedis na a hojuma. So, Hokran po Nipatiasia say, you know, we should encourage that. But really, we have pegged it at 100 per day, which means 3,000 a month you will not touch. And I'm not sure there are any poor people below above the 3,000 level. So transfers between accounts owned by the same person would also not be touched by e-levy. Transfers for the payment of taxes, fees, and charges, and anything on the Ghana.gov platform would also not be charged. Electronic clearing of checks is exempt, and specified merchants, i.e. merchants whose payments to commercial establishments are registered with GRA for income tax and VAT purposes. And then transfers between the principal, master agents, and agent accounts would also not be charged. So really, in the end, that becomes, you know, where the tire meets the road. And what we are saying, in effect, is in looking at these issues of debt, of employment, of infrastructure, I think we should all look to support this. 1.75% of monies that you send around is not the money that is going to kill you, but the cumulative effect of moving from 2.4 million to maybe 11, 12 million paying their part of our taxes will just create this pool of resources for us to be able, as a country, to continue to hold our heads high and be that free, independent nation of pride of the three pillars of political independence, economic emancipation, and spiritual, I don't know what the word should be, also spiritual elevation would occur for us as a country. So let's really hold our MPs' feet to the fire to let them know that we understand who we are as a people, a proud nation who want to pay their own way. Yes, we haven't for a long time. And then there are issues of accountability. And in going through over Christmas to Enyinam, Apapem, Himai, and then Pram Pram in Greater Accra, it was very clear, as Honorable Markin mentioned, the issue of accountability. So how do I then come to you every quarter or to Parliament to show how those resources were used, to show what we have used e-levy for, so that we all move in step and begin, to reduce the cynicism on politicians and accountability for all of us. But when you pay, you are likely to have that voice to be able to yell, shout, and demand that. Yeah. So we have the Youth Start program as part of it going forward. We'll be able to sustain our debt and reduce it and pay our way through, and the issues of infrastructure, digital and physical, would also, especially roads, will also be taken care of. So, ladies and gentlemen, this really is an opportunity to ask other questions that may be on your heart, and to understand the sincerity of where government is coming from, with even the limited resources, the amazing record that we have established, and what we need to do these 3 years, and then to continue to break the 8, because we have been shown to be faithful with little, and therefore will do more. So, as the Bible says in Genesis, if these people can speak one language, then there will be no restraint to what we can do. So let's speak this one language of e-levy, let's make it pass, and there will be no restraint to where we'll go as a people. But we need the spirit of courage, of love, and self-discipline for us to get there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, Honorable Bano Beyin Semnibiano, Obebo Linkomodi no Tofa Ewo Trimu, Jumedi GTV, FN Live, Joy News, Metro TV, Net2 TV, GH1 TV, City TV, TV3, Wontumi TV, Asasi Radio, Asempa FM, Kesben Television, Happy FM, Afima FM, Home Base Television, Bright TV, Ago 96.9 FM, Anansi Radio, Bosome FM, Ofi FM, ETV, YFM, any station.
Asempa FM.
Yes, Habri, Enka Otto and Sao Baby Awana, Medicine Savage also, Namama, yet the Akasamuna bro, me who are brandy be share, and tomata dear short sleeve, Ewa Hasi, Emso no bedi kind, na Mpalcho Yemfa Akasamuno, Emma, Openi Bako. Yemfa Akasamuno Openi Bako, which be fair say which you Bako, Mienu, Miensa, any and nine, and opening. Patro for Mike can start to feature my opening patro body and watch the baby Ufi. Now I didn't say be an assembly sebi or what. Now Odia 2 penning 4 and him. Sending and penning 4 a day and day am I in any din commono. I didn't say be a begiatum and it did new boo and I was a fast up and so. Old baby and he said, I don't know what the old to Safra me said, Mindumo Mike and baby a one. Did see a benefit. So penny patro casa.
Good afternoon. But I'm a person make a chigaka.
But your friend say,
your friend is Dr. Isaac Osafo Champon.
Dr. Isaac Osafo, but Dr. America Tanani.
But I.
But your casa. Dr. Isaac
Osafo Champon.
Osafo Champon.
I am the same. Many as I can in a Mr. Chairman e-levy home. And he said, e-levy no, the discussion is near the nano, or me, my dream would yet. I idea a rebel or mine. But issues in Kitty View or Honma, Senia in for Church, the James and the Pines were Make Buru in for Hanamo, especially Honorable Ken Oforiatta, Selka say, taxi Chiaoway, 77 per year. But the person did 2 just say, the good opportunity I mean, e-levy many Jim Pan say, your uncle or many more artisans in particular, carpenter for, mason for, electricians, or move a ball down so mouth, a Juman, ombeye bibia ma enso tax a wo mu tua no 77 per dia san unhunu direct tax a ye tua eti wo madwini mu no 11 no even though ebema nkofo bia bi tua direct taxes already no ombesen tua bi no ba on saafo ne nnoso nti no ne foaso na mo suggestions we na person kam di tudwa
ba jo yetio
se aban betumi a anka yebenya a separate account ya levy sika eba no eno ho no mo na ebekọ na yehunu se ebi abosumi bia no sa sika ino na nkonko fra the consolidated fund a ebi on be sika no se ahoche bia baba bi nti ya de kwa koye bibi fufuro na emom no yehunu se sa futuo yi sika egumuni na se ba ne se o se ye bibia ye de yensa kobo mu ana ye de ye ne ye de ye na second suggestion so ne se possible a ntabosome miensa bia aban emma ye nhunu levy sika no a yagegye no dodo a yenya ne dwumade a aban di sika no ayo nti me fa ne se kwan na wo se odi ya akwan a ye de ayeni it will be on the ground for people to appreciate it say dia eniema wo nkata so ma ye se omde be ye no enu ni a ye behunu na se oh ene ye twa ye no na ye di yeni na ne kwakra no ne hu se ye se omo etua 100 Ghana cedis no so o transfer to this cabe edru 100 a untua hwe say possible a anka ebitumi send this car as much as 3,000 10,000 ewo mobile money so nti ebetumi so aba ne say bia ebetumi ameska no edum pempen so bia sa level no ye en charging kobium se ne be ya anka obi a o to be send be 10,000 a onkonkotu ya sa 1.5 no flow say scan ye bebre ma no
mate wasem na simpacho me monsem ma no mo me monsem ma no osi onu edi kan onu de osusu se asempa mom enko osusu se abrebia ne yembu hu akonta sempo no ye benya account for bi ne enko consolidated fund mo a yemfengu mema panimfo a kire se mrama ho kwan se enye ne saa osan so kire se nka bosumi miensa bia no yembu hu akonta na empo ekosoro no enka de abroni friend cap na threshold bi be wo ho anka de account pam to mo de akasemu na ma ni poto so mienu ana openi akasemu no wo ho mpacha okasa ye ni bre ye hwe wo TV ni radio ahodo so timpacha pamcho ni microphone no wo form kakra
yeah ya kame ama buchi
ama
buchi
ama pacho ede adwuma
Ghana Library Authority.
Ghana Library Authority.
Tewu of TUC.
Tewu, okay.
Yes. So, every say e-levy ni eye. Na campese, my suggestion is say 100 cedis, which is meant for those at the, let's say, the poorest level. Let's raise it from between 300 to 500. As I say, also, young people was school. We want to send them 200 or 300. For them also be paying 1 or 2 emergencies that will crop up. So I'm suggesting that let's raise this from 100 to between 300 to 500.
I want to make kind of cheek a crab, mammy, Mr. Anna, which you didn't yet.
Maybe say, yeah, raise 100 now, yeah, them tium. Let's say wait for those at the grassroots car. Yeah, raising no.
Embra saying
between 3 to 500.
Between 3 to 500.
Yes.
I'm a butcher, Tewu. Pacho matemida wase akasamuni emfa ni pototo mi ensan femano na yentie na sem pacho se abotre tuntum no wen e was so sanitize we say ti mo sanitize we say na ya sanitize no pacho isu na pacho kasa
e pacho ye frame kwame bafo
kwame pacho ye de adwuma
me a driver
we a driver pacho etie o
me kasa me fi ajoso abogri o yefo Koforidria. Na mi mom de me dwen ne say levy no enka ebe boayen na ade ba ko a ha me ba ko ne say Ghana ye ka se sa de we be boayen na ye de aye amanyosem ye de ye amanyosem a MPP for sorry I was say NDC for de ne NDC for sorry I say MPP for de ne na yura ba kwa wafi mu na memfa ne currency President Mills or the VAT e buy na VAT no de buy no asama e kan ne say na MPP for say VAT ne nye e be higher adwene ebe ha omu sei enso so vat no bae no MPP bae no wantwam otoaso enti se vat no ba na watimi aba na watoaso dia se sa e-levy so ba dachi ankwama bia NDC for so ba so a omo se anye o omo mfoaso enso nya de a sa de we ba omo betwam enti mesre ye nyina ye moa na se ye boa na se sa e-levy ba na se betumi aboa na ye manom ye nuanom obia obihia adwuma ene ade atumi aboa de a ye mfoaso na ye moa na Asemba ko ha me ne se nyewura abambe babin o se obegi saade o yatum nti o tu kwan akohwe ne ho yare enti yesre no on tena se ne anyintum na ewia wakọ masem
Kwame oye driver ejiso wo se wo de ojitum ne mo politics no na yenyai ori abagbe ni ha ne mo akwantu no otu ye ntumi nka nsisu dua se obegi atum nti na oye ne sa no de ye ntumi nka ne sa yehwem ne nka oman ne ho asem na se ne wa kan yefa politics no ento nchen ye beji adwenkyere mienu na mama mpanimfo ayia no pacha opani okura kasemu no hwan na ye kọ ne ho
yes
opani okura kasemu no hwan na ye kọ ne ho
ye femi nana say
nana mi ho
dedi kan mema mo akwa eba honorable Befi Pesuaso na maya de pa some bae na program papa be mesre mo say mama chi ni no so brofo no doso dodo evi say me fi akra obi ma na me se me fa de ko ma mo da o market obebe pendu na ma me na ka say afrika ya blawo ne brofo akese ni hia mo nye me share tell na da wutumi ana me hu say na madam esla na na also am so ma me ade on ye be ade papa me tumi ka am de car speed am de bae lucky no be du ya na madam so de ade na kochi etemesre mo ade na mo ye no ehu hia nanu ya honorable Erikopoku no ya press conference chi no ka o chiremu etu MPP for so mine brofo market for so ensu na tia tax no o ko market a ejadi for the tia tax no won dem tia no nipa do sen sabi won oni ma de no kakra bi o so tia de na se na yen tia se no tutu anu na enko school nko achire
na say ye da wase ate ase na nkomo na nkasa wo ho bibia na
o say
nkomo na nkasa wo ho asem bia na
de no kan say mesre mo se ya no se da de na iko no akamo de be ma MPs no na nkan pesuaso no no akono chirechiremu e ma nkrofo ate ase yie because recently honorable be fi town hall meeting bi okokoko mra ma de ne fine e bi kamo be na sa na nka MPs no okọ ne pesuaso a no organize no achiremu yie masemo ano no me da wase
na se mame nka bibi kakra bi ncheo enem panimfo akasa nyina ono ba fanyo market o kan afante honorable Eslo so o kan brofo kan ni twi san say TV stations be brief no brofo me amegina hey brofo ne fanti nyina makabi finance minister so se na me kan no wie na obebo ne tofo a ono so be kire na asem ni na tofa mu otwi MPs so bebre ago MPs bebre amuhu won wa hey dia wo kan no ano mo ye omo kwa probo e kire mu o baabi o so omo kire mu nyina ti wasem ne yate na super mpacho mefa de twato mienu na mama mpanimfo ayia no
ago
opani a ukra kasa mutuntum no be kasa ansa na de ukra kokko na kasa pacho kasa
yo mpacho from Seth ajay kwabi
Seth de juma na ye
me teacher ni
Seth oye teacher Seth ye tie o
yo masem ne se eto de untumi ntrama mu kasa untu ato eto de ye yenim se no de kire man but the hadwen ne se the bia see obi akodiska for example auditor general report say 12 billion ayira but we are chasing 7 billion the ben ye be the nyane wo Ghana ha ye beti say obi akodi Ghana sika na edina ko gina court abua no for de na kotum anase ya giska na free no ho it is alleged for in ko gina court ho e ma asem no nye foolish case ne to so mienu does it mean say ye all former sector etua tax rodo no levy bay ye di nipa bi be kan ho amomatua ye so ye betua mo ana ye betie de so
me pacho mate de twato meko oba no kura microphone kokko na sana ba minister pacho orura self teacher so person o tie say watete no won from say auditor general say 12 billion ayira na 12 billion ayira de na nkoje no na wo beji 7 billion wo levy mu patro no ebepe anu yie kakra ewo wankasa ho directly ansana edikan no ago ansana edikan no emrama ho kwan say yen create account from fenkotumu ana ena nkuntabuo adwenkyerɛ baako ne sɛ nka bɛyɛ bosome mmiɛnsa bi a yɛmbu ho akontaa na obi ɛho sɛ ampa sempo ana teku ana dama na ɛgyeeɛ na wei ni ɛda ɛho adwuma mene sɛ mɛba wo hɔ nkae ne deɛ yɛ adwenkyerɛ nti mmienu wei mɛba wo hɔ abɛgye adwenkyerɛ mpakyɛ de twa toɔ na maba minister hɔ
mpanimfoɔ mema mo nyinaa adwo masɛm baako a mepɛ sɛ meka ne sɛ saa adeɛ wei ɛyɛ adeɛ papapaa na mepɛ sɛ mehu sɛ nti a moantimi anyɛ town hall meetings yi ansa na ɔpanyin de akɔ na asan abɛn ebiara ne education die mpamotɔ mambo me de yɛfrɛ me Joyce Yosinjan meyɛ retired teacher biribi wɔ hɔ na yɛ papa sɛ yɛnim sɛ CST bɛn there was so much opposition nti bibi papa sɛ ba na wɔ sɛ modi kan ɛma yɛn asefoɔ no yɛte aseɛ na yɛn a yɛtumi kasa yi anka yɛtumi akɔnvinse nkurɔfoɔ ebi kora nka yɛbɛpushi no ama mo adwuma ayɛ mmerɛ nti no yɛsrɛ sɛ bibi papa sɛ ba momfa mmra bɔtom no na yɛn starting fee a ɛhɔ ansa na mo de akɔdu mpanimfoɔ mu afei nea mente aseɛ bio ne sɛ adeɛ a ne yɛse yɛde bɛboa road fund yɛnwieɛ na toll wɔ ɔman yi mu nyinaa mɔgya saa sika no esuampa a at least yɛkeka bɔ mu anka ɛbɛyɛ 1 kilometer of road yɛgyan nti sɛsɛ sɛ wei anyɛ yie a mesrɛ bisa sɛ yɛbɛsan kɔ toll
patro yate mmemmɔ nsɛm a ɔmo abisa nsɛm akyerɛ adwene nyinaa mɛto nsa frɛ honorable minister responsible for finance na waboa yɛn ma yɛagye ano yie ɛwɔ nsɛmfo adi kan bɛyɛ Joseph a ɔyɛ teacher sɛ wate sɛ 12 billion ayera na ɛno no auditor general kan yɛn na kyerɛ sɛ ɛnokora anaasɛ ɛyɛ bi adeɛ a auditor general adi kan ho ne mfitiase afei na mpanimfoɔ bɛda mu asukɔ san sɛ sɛ ɛnokora deɛ anka n'adwe nkyerɛ ne sɛ nkɛ nkɔgyeɛ no ne yɛnyae nkɔmmɔdi a aka no ɛna ɛm sɛ Gladys ana Grace Joyce say in the future na the aka wɔ anim no yɛmfi ase yɛmfi fam ansa na de akɔ soro nyɛ sɛ ɛsoro ansa na de abɔ please ampatwɔ nka wotumi yi ano kakra ma yɛ a kɛbɛrɛ momɛmfa nsɛmmɔ nkyia minister responsible for finance.
Yo, Medasio. Obakasa Dr. Isaac, and I'll start say young artisans no own theatre and ono de young show na make sure say we be na way back home and I doc idea me person me try on say idea de Ghana card for no Ekoma GRA. That's a GRA one war at the tax identification numbers by 5.5 million. Any day Ghana card in the database he come on to another 15.5 million. In GRA monodoc 60,000 doctors and lawyers and architects and whatever own GRA. In the masons and artisans in Guam. Yeah, kasa pii wɔ radio so ne ade no a wɔnte me kyɛn wɔ labɔne ne cantonments no wɔn nso wɔn ntua ɛna wɔn sika no nso emu yɛ bi enti yi levy deɛ sɛnea aban ne digitalization a vice president ne minister of communication yɛ yi ebetumi akyi yɛ nyinaa sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a wɔbɛhu nea obiara yɛ enti very easy to talk about the artisans and masons. Now, once we say, yeah, if you are on car, in Zambia, the moment you are on car there, then we'll be able to account for them and do that. I think the issue of separate accounts, consolidated account, any BBA, what is about. I think what is really in the end key. Okay, yeah, doing hono. Me call around the Nipa kind and accountability on a quarterly basis, and I think that should be done. In here, and threshold. I think those will be administrative issues. If we say, we'll start a new taxa, Nipa people say, on bed dodge in the day, and due to me whom we are, then you adjust the tax to be able to do that. And now because is it Amabuchi? Or can say you move at the exemption of 300 CDs and could do 300, 500. And the question say 100 CD no. Sebi, HSA Bia, Bosumi Bia, was salary and now says Sky won't same no, 3,000. And if you want 3,000, no, I just sure say a dose, sir. Now 300 to 500, no, so Sebi, and yet down now over to me. Now you're in the daily, it won't affect you. Indeed, there's a chance to avoid the tax. And I am driver is a Kwame. Kwame can speak of one and the engine I bomb pie man on Sunny Bay, Niho Betono. And Sunny Alkaya as taxes idiot. Opposition Becca said one pay and so on bar, own jump. And you continue Sunny Bay. Yebenyeska yedebeye adwuma esese na set can Auditor General Auditor General report no because it was 12.2 billion and one say IRA but true to the matter enye so we share report now what me who said 10 billion out of that are collections that are going on for loans and collections that GRA is also continuing. Now GRA numbers also they sometimes penalty they multiply it by 3. And two virgins as Sikabi Sumho and a young fire and yes sir. But still no one be as I say yeah encourage send a bear give it to me are collected. And then another 1.8 billion was what they term irregularities. To say via MMDC, Etua OB 300 CDs and did not fill the correct papers. And yes, Sikana Yira reporting. Into Oshemua, you won't get that alarm. Into Sika Yeshano, a Sika Yehia. You tear taxes no. And I'll say, hey, na levy idiot. Say, Baby, how? Na say, when him say, you call baby to say London, this within the idea. One tax rate could have 55 or 60%. And there's always a time to start. You start levy year. Once one year, Juma, you know, when you know, be banet now, one so, on here. Will be a plea. Auntie Joyce and so said, Bibi Papa say, I don't know, I'm bantam. I mean, when you know, you're not your bantam. Now, told booth are somewhere okay. You and million, 78 million. And we are going to lose from that. And the question really for us is, say what the trotromone or how they move the heat and all of that, you know. And I actually say, na di krempo as a sea giant. Then a bear, several sorry for Juma, and Yafina, what's not traffic move for another hour or so. You know, any bibia a fata. Enti Onyamibwa. Levy go through. Now, real roads are of build the highways, no, and no, not really. You will begin say, yeah. In the toll, but a 6-lane highway, because this will be Siamayang and San Yako. Then a bay at Trot Trust near the Montraco, Abre, and now you're going to show near the near Jaina. In life and so higher better. Anything we just said at the Kojo, I can't even.
Minister, I say, you're back for second round of questions, about 3 round of questions. But I say, KTU Council Chair, Professor Pori, I will say, ɔkyerɛ adwene kakra pakyɛ sɛ prof wɔ ha na sɛ nokorɛ sɛ ɔpɛ sɛ ɔkyerɛ adwene pakyɛ ma mehu na yɛmfa microphone no ma wo prof wɔ ase nti yɛbɛfi ase wɔ prof na mafa ɛnan aka ho na yɛtumi atie wo ma no deɛ sɛ prof pakyɛ ma yɛntie wo
anka mebɛyi me ho adi sɛ fa nkyerɛ kɔ he na waka bi aka ho yi mɛsrɛ aban no sɛ ɔnhyɛ MPs DCs ɛna NCC kitee na wɔnom nkyerɛkyerɛ adeɛ mu yɛ sɛ ɛnɛ mebaa ha no mate aseɛ sen sɛ da biara na yɛ ntɔkwa wɔ radio so no enti ɛfisɛ NCC is one of their jobs ɛna DCs ɛne ɛsɛ wɔde wɔn adwuma sɛbi ayie ba wonya 5 minutes koraa na akɔsrɛsrɛ ase a ɛbɛboa because nyame ne korɛ biyɛ krakyere nso ɛnɛ mate aseɛ more than nea yɛte ɛwɔ radio so no asɛm a mɛsrɛ mu ano because ɛyɛ saa na yɛ wɔntwi MPP foɔ sɛ yɛ NDC foɔ sɛ yɛ no yɛ ahemfo yi yɛtumi ka bi papa ɛnso bia no bia de baabi a wogyina ɛti saa arms of government na wɔnhwɛ sɛ wɔbɛma ademudeɛ a wɔn de bɛyɔ adwuma no na wɔn ma kyerɛkyerɛ nkuraase na obiara ate aseɛ medase
paa pakyɛ ɔpɛni okura kasa mu mfitiaseɛ ne yɛkɔ akyerɛ kakra nka woba anim ha sɛ kakra ma me anka bɛboa me nti pɛmpanifoɔ bɛyɛ nan nafa microphone ma ɔm na yɛntie ɔmo so ɔmo asɛm wɔ ase ɔsɔfo
hello
pakyɛ meba ma mentie sɔfo no nyina membra hɔ
mepa mo kyɛw yɛfrɛ me Reverend Dr. Michael Osutego mɛserɛ sɛneɛ mebakyɛ sɛneɛ prof kaeɛ no mene ne yɛ adwen ka yɛn yɛ asɔfoɔ no sei no nnipa dodoɔ no hyɛ yɛase enti nka mɛserɛ sɛ adepa sɛ badeɛ a ka yɛmfrɛ asɔfoɔ no nyinaa ne yɛnyɛ obi nkyerɛkyerɛ yɛ mu na yɛnte aseɛ yɛ na yɛn nso yɛtumi kɔ a yɛpirikyi koraa awie ne yɛyi so 5 minutes ne yɛtumi de kyerɛkyerɛ members ma megye di sɛ ɛbɛkɔ medamase
medase sɔfo kan na maka bible mu kristo kra se yɛmfa caesar deɛ ma deɛ ɛwɔ caesar ɛnɛ sɛ toɔtua no kra mpo no ɛfiri sɛ wɔ bible mu ɛnyɛ nnɛ patɔ ɔpani bi ɛhyɛ blue shirt bɔ red tie yɛnkɔ no wɔna yɛte maame yɛ okura mic ne aba pani o maame patɔ yɛntie o yes maame yɛ okura mic no
yo medase
wona atɔ so mmiɛnsa
mepatɔ yɛfrɛ me Margaret Mr. Market Woman mesrɛ mo me nso so masɛm kakra ne sɛ adeɛ yɛ a aban de aba yi me so na mente aseɛ koraa ɛnna me baa ha yi na moakyerɛkyerɛ mu na moate aseɛ ɛti sɛ yɛanyere yɛn ho na yɛkɔ IMF yi a woahwɛ yie koraa ne yɛakɔka kyerɛ yɛ sɛ yɛnkɔgye homosexual ntom ɛfiri sɛ yɛn nsa akɔhyɛ ɔmo anum yɛni hwee ka na mmom nea mensrɛ kakra ne sɛ adeɛ bi a wo state a yɛn kakra ɛfiri sɛ yɛn yɛ mmaa yɛkɔ nkran kɔfa nneɛma a na gya nkranfoɔ no dom yɛn a mobile money ne yɛyɛ ne yɛde ma wɔn eti yɛda roma yɛn yɛtua ha na wode ma no deɛ ɔno so de bɛkɔ akɔ yi no bɛsɛ atua sɔ so eti ka monyɛ de biribi kakra ma yɛn gye deɛ yɛgye tom paa eti sɛ yɛsuro sɛ yɛbɛkɔ sɛ IMF no ɔkyerɛ nko yɛsuro yɛakɔka kyerɛ yɛ sɛ monyi homosexual ntom ɛnyɛ saa ɔde yɛn nsa so akɔkyɛ n'anum eti deɛ ɔbɛka bi yɛ sɛ yɛdi so eti no yɛmpɛ eti mmara na mode aba ne deɛ mi se na mente aseɛ ɛnso ɛnɛ me baa ha no mate aseɛ eti mi kɔ dwa aso yi mede kɔ na mmom yɛsrɛ mo sɛ mode yɛn stati ka monyɛ biribi kakra ma yɛn made sra no meda mo
Minister Mpacho kasa merchant accounts a maame nom ne anuanom ma edidi dwa merchant accounts ɔmo so betua to ne bi ana so ɔmo de no mo de kan yɛn hyehyɛ sɛ merchant account no ɔmo de no ɛnka ho bi ubeyi no ama okani ba kukura na fi ebi wa hasi na maji anu ye yes okani
honorable medase your friend me honorable Charles Edu Asino me elected assembly member me sign the national president for Ghana Association of Assembly Members honorable
president of Ghana Association of Assembly
Members
pacho etio
yi levy adepa na nya ye hu ni say approach na yɛde ɛyɛ adeɛ no ɛna ɛmmoa na me maame ne kasa no ɔka sɛ anka yɛmfa fi soro na mu yɛfa fi aseɛ ɛyɛ downward approach no ɛno bɛtumi aboa mehu ne sɛ Young assembly members, your electoral area, baby, Ghana, ha, baby. And with this, Nana, me, panic, say, Yama MCs, no choir, almost bet my Jumano. Say more resources at young assembly members now. As I say, your electoral area, Biano, you better community meetings, town hall meetings like this, and the community members will be present. Send a bear, you to me at church room. And what we need from leadership, and say, Boba man, a little education on this yield levy and any other government initiative, Bia or the Bebano. Say, Mama, and that education, we, the assembly members who are on the grassroots now, you bet me, I empower it more than say, you better the top approach. And at the Biano, so no, your information, Bia, my Biano, you define NCA, Brofono, and the advertisement or radio, so no, I am Pimpino, and Cosenia, yeah, I bet my friend Nipanano 101, night and Nakata, because Okasi, Odokofa, Adum FM, Nipadua in a 88 Adum FM. Obuha, that time on Tia Adum FM, Otie different radio, Sad Betina Coso Adum FM, on T, and as a Coso UTV, or share UTV, or share ABI City TV, and to move on fire assembly members to be at the grassroots. Thank you very much.
Opening, where the Mr. Mambisa, who for so and our own for so.
Me for so.
Any patch, me for be on for so.
Me for so
or no,
me for so we was some count.
Okay. So far, as will be on Jamaica no for so nanso. Me for be on the on for so cra. Obi on for so cra. Na mo fa mic ne mano. Ni enti ono so na sem. Boko. E pese ete. Ah, de enti aban panin fo aba ne se e pese ete aden ahodo no. Se me pacho fa mic ne ma obi a se ono on for so. No no so nkyere na den. Na nye so omo afo so nko aden na yetie.
Yo, your friend me.
Ago.
Pacho,
who for so and who for so?
Me for so, and I mean some for so.
Maybe
I have to be some. Me pacho maybe. Pacho me for so.
Opening Siabutre. Nipa be do edi kan kasa no. Obi a for so. Ye po obi ono for so na tie ono so na den kyere. Me fa mic ne mani for we kyere no so ono. Openi, what's the one for us? Ameboa, and teach the entire one for us. The entire one a Casaponi and Yading, no Wading.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, but your pro saying
Benjamin Darko, I'm a student. My tree is not really that good, so I'll communicate purely in English. I have some. Initially, I wrote down 10 questions, but I'll narrow it down to just 4. My first question is Benjamin.
Okay, take your time. Are you one of the persons who disagrees with the
Yes, please.
So explain to us why you disagree, what you disagree with.
Yeah,
so that I can respond to.
I'm explaining in the form of questions. The first question is, how do we categorize the e-levy? Is it another income tax, a capital tax, a sales tax, a payment tax, or all of the above? However, one avoids this tax when they opt for cash payment. That is the first question. The second one is, corruption is a major problem that only receives lip service in Ghana. The Auditor General indicates that about 12 billion cedis remain unaccounted for over the last few years.
Ago. Ben, go ahead, we're listening. And then
over the last few years. Why e-levy only rakes in 6.9 billion rather than recovering 12 billion? So why are we not going after the monies that have been lost due to corrupt acts?
And the
third question is, proceeds from e-levy are pegged towards road and transportation development, youth employment, security, and the growth of the IT infrastructure in the state. The question is, what happens to previously earmarked levies? Communication tax, sanitation levy, HESLA. How have they improved their earmarked sectors? What is the guarantee that e-levy will be used for its intended purpose?
Thank you, Ben.
The 2021 population...
Ben, it's okay. Thank you. You gave us 3. I deliberately sought for you, but you gave us 3. Can we get... Hello? Gentleman in the jacket, please. You also Oh, Chairman, please, go ahead.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, my name is John Ewua, the CEO of Ghana Association of Banks. Since the bill was laid in Parliament and the discussions have been ongoing, as a trade body, we've been engaging with the minister and his team. I think the very final engagement was just last Monday, where we had a confirmation that a person-to-person bank transfers will not be in scope for the levy. But during the minister's presentation, I saw that the scoped-in services included person-to-person bank transfers. I just need a confirmation whether there's going to be a subsequent amendment that will factor in the agreement that the minister had with the banking industry. What was agreed was that the minister will maintain an administrative right or privilege to reintroduce or scope in person-to-person bank transfer in the event that following the implementation of e-levy, there is a significant platform shift from the Momo platform to the banking industry. And we agree with the minister on that. So we just believe that, or we are re-emphasizing the agreement we had with the ministry that the person-to-person bank transfers should be scoped out. Thank you very much.
John Ewua, Chief Executive of Association of Bankers. Thank you very much for joining us and for the thoughts that you have shared with us. Minister, I'm going to invite you to respond to these ones, and then I'll come for the very final batch. So Mr. John Ewua and the Bankers Association want clarity on the person-to-person transfer exemption. Benjamin wanted some guarantees. He says he's opposed to it because he's not sure what guarantees we can give that the money will be used for the purpose. And then I think the other comments were requests that other groups should be factored into the education. Minister.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. John, I think you should rest assured about the discussions that we had. Benjamin, you know, the issue for me, Benjamin, is that we should really think very holistically. Benjamin, I'm addressing your question. John, I think I've answered yours. But Benjamin, I have 3 or 4 questions here. Just what type of tax it is, whether it's income, capital, or whatever. And then the last 2 years, corruption and the Auditor General's report. I'm already. And then the proceeds from other earmarked funds. And I will say what type of guarantee do we have? I think those are all fair questions, but honestly, if you look at the enormity of the problems we have to move to another level. And I think you need to concede that the economy is changing towards virtual economy, e-commerce economy, and that tax handle should be brought into, our arsenal of taxes that are required. Guarantees that we have was what somebody suggested, that we have these quarterly reporting mechanisms, and that will be helpful, and it's helpful for all sorts of things. Then the way you spoke English, I imagine that you are also quite familiar with our macro fiscal numbers. When you talk about other earmark numbers, and you know that we are running a budget deficit, you know that the impact of the COVID was literally about 25 billion. How does a country support that type of contraction in its economy? You also know that compared to other West African or African countries, Ghana, even at this point, was able to eke a positive growth rate. You know what we did during the COVID time that no other African country did. We have about 300,000 people that died on the continent. Ghana was 1,379. So you need to give credit where credit is due and be able to advise yourself as to the integrity of the numbers and what that means to you when you are doing your analysis. And where there is praise, there should be. Where there is caution, there should be. So issues of quarterly reporting to encourage transparency is what matters. And it's not started at the end of the cancer, Kwan no my effect. Muka Bruchia, Namaniaji, Unim taxes I won't hear, Intia, Oko Hoya Fesano. Now about Chrome dear, on pursue Chiabi, and unnecessary also dream. At the Obaka Charles and name Margaret, and so can the issue of a gradual approach to the taxes. And only I say, your boyfriend, as I say, but I mean, for a cancer, if you are never yet in Dodo, any other, and I mean, so you go around that, yet that same Asempa on Kano. Internet, your friend saying, telcos no cocaine, then you pay one day no back for more. Now you relieve citizens. Now so, Sikai here. Yede beye adwuma ye kan ye no say employment any yen debt ni infrastructure no na still yen saka sen ye beye ye betimi aye adwuma no Margaret nso ka say yen ye something a little bit more gradual na Margaret ebia say woni Mr. Benjamin Dako enso kasa na wo che no say I am for de no and you be as a cohopra into no can the technical no matter what type of tax in idea on drink near Beba ABC, the co IMF and she also now BB will also a friend merchant accounts. Just a merchant accounts no register of GRA, not just and no, you are exempt from it because now they have the capacity. On between a track Sika once a year. And going through the merchant account, you become part of the formal economy and you also get exempted from that. Internal Minister.
Yedi enkomodi no eba ewiye yedi bisa anapin cha itapo enan ene bewie medical fa ba ko yedi krata abrem yesi Dr. Isaac Asare ne kosa ne say 1.75 no ebeba be ka dia telcos no eje deda no ho ana menim say mo kyerem but communications minister mesra so obeba na oba be kyerem say 1.75 no eba be ka be 2% na telcos no deda no mo gye no ho ana telcos ne die no e be free ho the communications minister mefro mo abi ya no opani pacho wo kasa wie na obema ye wo ha kasa na nke ama ye nuano mo ma mienu eso akasa na afie de nkomodie na ba wie yemfa mfi ase.
Yo, Medindi, Dr. Samuel Amponsa. I'm a management consultant and I'm a reverend minister as well. Maybe I know you Asembisa Nesanya Adventure. I believe strongly, say, Ghanaians are discerning people. But the policy be say, na Yantimi and Shromu year. Eventually, the opposition party will take over the argument. Na Obi Kase. Parliamentarians are communicating the change to the people. But we know, sir, we have 50% share in the parliament. So eventually, when you want to communicate this message to the people, you are targeting 50%. And the communication minister, if there's any communication channels or distributive channels via what they are talking say, levy tomorrow. How is she going to drive this communication thing to the people of Ghana? Now, say if there are any strategies via media to Kwemwa, even you want to say your parliamentarians no, even your basic schools no crowd. When the student is empowered, obetimi akofia kochene mame. Enti yentimi nchire emu yenti na debia no Ghana for rejecting any proposal we bring on board. Enti yamanchire mu no kwa nimu a megidi say you beji atum na ebetimi aye ho adwuma.
That's it, doc. That's it. Pacho openi okraka se.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. If I'm the Prince Kofi Ban areas
sika wo eni boni echi. I'm a grassroots communicator. I am important for a chinyebia abba ho was levy home. And my friend name penny for a Jayanko school near the war from a Yantiasian. No, but your smart is a maybe for penny and casa. I mean, family. Dear, at any say, how much less me be say? Yes, so sending mobile money, dear, you better. Me say, Sikado do I and only penny send dear. Mubetimiati. Na ya mubetimiati no. Do say and a mubetimiati free size can so. And no pay any here. Sir, 20% ni 7.5% no one month. To me, Mr. Sika, actual Sika. Okay. I'm free so I'm making control. Me pacho ya te da sipa. Na pacho ufi ina buy openi. Ufi ina buy. Pacho mate ya da se. Me pacho ye pe mai twato mienu. E mai twato mienu. Me ko bi na man ka bi de enye mai twato mienu. Ye nya ma eno ne pese tie. Oba ba ku jina ha se ana pamcho mo fa kasemu no mo oba no wa ha no. Pamcho mo fa kasemu no mo oba no mesre mo mo fa mo oba no. Na yentie no. Mesre mo ani biem. Na ye wi a oba bi ama ne nsaso nti opani ye wi a oba bi ama ne nsaso nti nam de wi o. Madam pacho ye tie o. Pacho fra o sen.
What is the guy? Well, no.
Me pacho ya frame fia pokuya mi kasafi afima FM okoferidia ensem no yate ase ya kyerɛkyerɛ mu atie akyerɛ ya tie fo bebre na ɛna no pɛ question obi bisa me na me nso me ba be bisa mo no sɛ me sani sika 1000 cedis ama honorable kwadwo opon kroma na sɛ me pɛse wo yi ne 1000 cedis a sɛ me de 10 cedis ɛto so sɛ de be ya bra kwadwo betimi ayi 1000 pɛpɛpɛ men so a men sign this cano, you better me 10 cities, a better 20 Ghana, which is 2% and a telcos in the air thing. Question say, a free piano and a bosumi and some bosumi in piano. Sika a hen and a 2% and a telcos in the tenno, or modema are buying a hen the comb. Nabia so adentina a buying no enter taxi and fit telcos in what because of one and yasikani bebre. Ebia me mama akosua foreign say be di afia nsa na mama ne 10 million. It is a friend na me mean Chinese ka mama e bete sa tax na fiso a. O my Ghana ye nko ye nim won putunwa mu ana. Me da say.
If you that say her question is about how much revenue does the state make from the telco charges and why are we not going that route as a gate son. Madam.
Pacho Mr. Medi Florence is a Fima FM wa. I'm say before say you record di bronya no yet say honorable minister finance minister we modified levy no and was submit a parliament into say misani say adia naba ya bogu ya ko modify ya send ya parliament into we ya ye ni aja dentre no na ya san koye modification say ya parliament and now say ye kire mo kire Ghana for say mo po ya be tinti mo ntiase.
That's it. So what is the impact of this town hall meeting on the processes in Parliament? Openi me de won e be wie yankomodi. But first saying
Abraham Dam Telenkon.
Abraham.
Yeah, I'm a public servant.
Okay, Abraham you
na mesre na maka say I thought there be a policy implementation communication no ya dia how my Ghana. Ohe ilevia a policy ana say bibia ye dia dia boati memufu a o my Ghana mu. Then some say home komodie no anko te said ye na seko. Enti mesre se ye nuanom DCs ene MCs o ha no. One more answer sa ni me obefa na we used to don't broadcast. Community information system e wo empatemo petemo ewum no. Na one church nsem ni mu yie emfa ma omanfo se na be ya omanfo no beti ase. Ye tosu mienu a me kan ho asem ne se telcos no de ye tia no ya de a engofo di ho ya yi esan so ka man bi so a mobile money e wo Kenya e free o send a e free o ko receive so a e free
and the has said the another na telcos no ebu yemfa so na yese wo gisika efi the all send ho na the okwa akoyi nso wo gisika fi ne ho ye besra ban se wo mso aye bia se wo ne okasa em na ba fom onko so na onkasa se ne be ya de yetua ewo ye send ne de wonso koyi a woje no obetimi amana ba fom na boa o ma ne nyina mpuntuo
Medase, Mumia Monsa Maina, who I didn't try at our town hall meeting. Honorable Communications Minister Pachona Abedi can hear we are Finance Minister Bebono of our mind.
Pacho, Obi Bisa say, ye tria li levy no account. The telcos no edge na ani telcos no ye ne won edi enkomo enyansa wo so bebre ema omo a eje eto ewo adwuma na omo ye no omo apne so se ombete so kakra ama manfo ho aharewo saa na bed no enka adesoa no na enusmu aye ha kakra ama ye nyina tie ni omo adi nkomo ama omo ankasa ato omo anum tuo se oha nchichemu aduonu enum ombe yi afi charges na omo ema no na omo soso edi aboa ban na yadesoa no ankwankre nyanke ebetua no eso ati enti eho no nchirechiremu a ewo ho no eno no obi nso peso nya percentage 1.75 non tiasie ti se o send 300 Ghana ubetua 3 cedis 50 pesos if it's a first 100 no e free enti 200 na da so no eno so to na ubetua e 1.75 no enti 3 cedis 50 pesos in a beba beto so amawatua se wo send 300 Ghana dakroa patwa no easier to understand ana telcos no omo se yebeka ya me na me free board da wuro se yanye momo hu tax no ache kransa covid no eba da bia meka nanso meka mpanifo se da bi yenhwe na yemma sa ecosystem enyi nentumpon kakra na yehu se bi esiko na ba ye ncheye enti mentumebo kakra covid yi ba ye hwe se de yenyina ye botwi ye yusu ye na ase yenyina ya tiase se eyade a aba betna eyade a yenyina ye be use a ye de bebo ye mbra enti afe wanyi adru nimpani fie so a yebetumi edi sankta ho no afa ho nti ano so ka ho bi ena abasa service charges na telcos no agye no afi so a omutua ho omu de ka omu faso omu aye ni nyina na omu atua eto ewo ho omu tete onho akana nti eho no me na me so me prese yemfa yema yani enkoho one yema me nya asankyerkyeremu ne se ye de ka won faso a omo ye afimu ni nyina ho ne yaka bom na yetwa eto a ewo so omutua efa ho no ama wo na omo nso so atua saa to no nti uhwemu a na ultimately no omutua saa eto no enya no krese Kenya uyusu mobile money untua eto bia omo pese se de yenso so ye pese yama amanfo eyusu sika no ewo platform ne so nya se okwa akoyi sika no afidie nimu na wo de akodigwa fedigwa ewo platform na so enti ye de momo ne sende wa men kokoyi sika no eno wo koyi sika na ombeto telcos ne beto nti emfaso abenya wo mu no na eso ahwere na se uyusu wo platform ne so dia ekabia enihu Kenya nso saa o cash out a utua
enti anya no kure sɛ charges bia ni hɔ ɛma mobile money users empo company bi wɔ mɛmu ha ɔno nso so uyusu momo na ɔnye wo ho sika enti companies na ɛsono ɔmo nhyehyɛe a ɔmo ayɛ ɛwɔ saa ayi no ɛho ɛnsa communication ne deɛ information minister obeyi ɛno ano ama yɛn because na ne dwɛsuo mu a no ne responsibility na obeye enti I think I've answered.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's invite the minister responsible for finance. Honorable Finance Minister, your responses to the issues that have been raised. May I ask Reverend Dr. Kofi Ampo-Akono to stand by for the closing prayer?
Thank you very much. Rebecca said, Honorable Esther, I responded to most of the questions by I think of communication or information there. For Jobeye, am I? Rebecca said, Ekua, and all can say. Other than I taxi your friends saying telephone companies, Ekua near a day name no say companies there, you have a taxi one, and it's a continuing business. Now, I dare say a TSC, I'm a kind from the beginning say you move 2.4 million per any tier taxes. In the same way, I say, no, because say, oh, you enjoy beer, not 2.4 million for non-qua in tier. Now, if I can't do, you know, my immune, as I see in United Trib. As I see in United Trib, in Tianshi, where Obia Betria, Nidia, Sanya Baya or Mai, Beko, Yanim. Because for quite a do, Sanya Mekaya, no. Oshe unemployment the same year, a BBIM fata. Necessary in Yesikano, na yetimi train, I'm afraid, send a bear one so, one bejina had to send a agent hay, one year Juma pa 1 year, and as a one best start to Juma, send a bear stress on public sector employment, no, a coffin. So, general unemployment, bear 13%. And unemployment between the ages of 15 to 35, almost 19.7%. But one every universities near day, our Banchester between the age of 15 and 24, unemployment is 32.8%. Say in Dignity, I intimate use one energy near the one, and then I say, as I see a chasso, na yeko. Necessary, I saw. Juma SSA na yede Ghana ko fakwa SSA ko inti yenina SSA rally behind our red gold green make the black star shine, tackle our needs, not depend on the West, as Margaret Kai and also our free the market avoid the IMF. If so nimsenia IMF asemi eba enti sika ya hwehwe 1.75 aya kan no ye bedwen ho sene be definitely parliament we there be pass within the next few days sene be ye betimi a share adwuma na ase na yenso eko forward no ebia finance won so as I be out more near no bon komo sene amobehu, but sometimes ye ko parliament no man no person nipa hu ansa na wadu ho enti ye be balance na ya consult ye but Mr. Senya ya baha ye no bon komo yi mon so mon kon kan kire mo namfonom se jumapa ne pese ye de ye be report on a quarterly basis man who send ye this ye use musika no na onyame hwae na ye nyina ye build this great and mighty nation. Thank you very much indeed.
Honorable Ken Oforiatta, Yedawase, Reverend Dr. Kofi Amfo Akono Pacho Bramin Sabunkum so I say Ubebon Payama in Sesia. And to be a friend, the Honorable Alexander Fenyo Malkin, Emma no Eddie Abain Enim Ada Ghana phone na Monya Bre, Ashe Etie and Ne Enumri, Nevi Enumri, Wadamunia Siamai. Now, Senior Minister Kayano and Comodiano, say a parliament, Yedi kind of Assembly Parliament, Enimino, or Minimum Comodian, Senior FIACNO, Assemblymen for NCC4, MP4, NDC4, JD4, Driver 4, near Diana, and Yin Betia Hugum, na Yaya Asempa Jumano, Mobiata. So, Honorable Alexander Fenyomakin, Pacho, Bejina buying him, na Anasa Bejino Manfoni and him, not Dasi, our binding mind.
So, Kojo, thank you so much. Our dear audience, first, thank you for your patience. You have participated. This is the whole essence of governance. And I must say that kudos to the opposition NDC in Parliament. The opposition has brought governance to your doorstep. I am happy that we hear better late than never. So, our friends in the NDC, thank you. That's the beauty of democracy. But I want to assure you that per the commitment from their side, I'm not sure we are going to exchange brows. And it's not good for our country. So that assurance is to you. Now, in this whole engagement, we've been able to establish and demonstrate that we mean well. Government has been able to tell you that from 2017 to date, it has kept faith. 2, through this engagement, we've been able to tell you that this levy is not being imposed merely for the sake of it. After all, we have introduced major social intervention policies that we did not have to introduce taxation to implement. So be assured that with all the concerns from the Auditor General, all the concerns that we have regarding how public funds are spent, the issues that have come up to ensure transparency, especially in the implementation of this e-levy, will be taken on board. Yet don't want to say, if you two say, Nyamisha one, Ghana many mina say, Nyamisha Kofodia, oh yeah, Yaba Kofodia was it, Kofodia flowers. Much of their hand me a few ampa. Nyamisha one that was a one ember, Obibiara, Abasan ember, is the Atejum as each. You were new summon there. Cancer. Anka kebumamin kebi hu mentem wansa mba nche bia ye mba ha amema fam no meze koforpia fo ka papa usande mekejina parliament menyu aye toto mo de hia mo yi ne de ombra parliament ofam da ne ba ne nua kakra ba ne student no church menzemem ne misumete nzeme bi ase oye opinion a okona hom jim Mark Esebe Yabwa. Inti Kofor Deze is a place of inspiration. Ne yenyu abe fisu wa menumodo a ori yejumapa ozabwa omani. Inti me jisi pa de say yasan bebi wa obagina tu. Nyami hye ho. Eje oforiata say oda ho na say. Mama me sister Payin me auntie Madam Esla also oda ho na say. O man Payin Akufado. O si nyami hye ho. The Nipapomo, Nibonumo, Yafefe Wanye, the Ghana for the young Kokan, na Kasuwa Yanaka. Yamishawan, as a patching and now, what are Kukonuko Kokoa? No, ya abandoned as a Casacase, no Ozemo. You don't want to see.
Bonjour, and I am sorry, na yen Jim Bible.
Mr. Mama, your mom, Otumfonia and Coponwa, we are answering, and net day. Where you who had the archery, what the word dome were whom abo and we shira our wow yen. Emma town hall meeting I abe a course of a Yayani anti near Massey Yatiasie. Empire ye bonese, or may be an chichery or man for a chichery. And you'll be in a free baby a better tremaye. Enti buaye, near Nina Sagan a man for Yemfa Coma in near air consuyechi. na yɛn nyinaa obiara kyɛfa a ɛwɔ mu no watumi ayɛ na boa ɛma mpuntu aba ɛde ama yɛn man yɛn mpanimfoɔ ɛbaayɛ wɔ firi ha kɔ yɛsrɛw sɛnea daa wosoa wɔn de wɔn kɔ de wɔn ba no fa wɔn kɔduru asomdwee mu nnipa ɛbaayɛ nyinaa mo biara enya w'anim anuonyam ɔdom ne asomdwee a ɛfiri agya nyankopɔn ɔba ɛne honhom kronkron ɛnka mo na awurade anim teɛ ɛne mo nkɔ na awurade ɛma yɛn abɛn yi adesuadehu a ɔwɔ no ɛmmerɛ mu na yɛn nyinaa yɛn ho ntɔ yɛn yɛyɛ awurade ne agye nkwa Yesu nti amen.
ɔsɔfo yɛda ase yɛbɛto yɛn ayɛ asase nde na mpanimfoɔ no apie na yɛn nyinaa yɛdi
Asempa FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Asempa FM.
Asempa 94.7 FM so enie nonum abapa ho sima enson 57 pepepe aban ene town hall meeting ye koso ewo epoye mantem kofodua ena yate ene aswafo mienu ena akasa soafo ya wo hwe o mayi sikasem so soafo ya wo hwe o mayi nkitaudie ensem so onimunyamfo kenofuriata ena onimunyamfo esla Ekufo ena wonumu ede enchemu atudwafa levy no eho eti Ghana for ye kɔ honomo nsɛm a wɔnte ase ho anu ye bi ene wode atutudwa no na ene soafo ye ohwe maisika sɛ mu akyire mu eniema ne enti e wose levy no Ghana for etua eniema wode ebe ne edikan o mayika ye da Ghana so ye mpanimfo enim sɛ COVID-19 no aba ne sɛne ahokyera ba wiase no so okase wo toa so bosia no kra wo sese okọ ne ebema wo bi a omo na be kire magye ye bosia de a ne munko ni sei na se Ghana Beyond Aid no se ni suade hunu no nyade se betumi abam ya kwan ya tete apansam se be yo no obenya sika ede ayo enna mabunu so a wonya adwuma nye kwan a wo fa so aboa ama mabunu enya adwuma ye ni nyina se Ghana fo gitum no se obetua sa levy no ebeboa ama sa niema miensen ene se yeboa ama bambo mu ene abefo mfidi tentan so atumi akoso no ni nyina watumi aye ho adwuma etinchemu no de bebre abagana fo so abisa bebre na wotie questions e ba ye no a dodo na awasembisa se omayi entokuro de da baabi na se sika ehwiegu a die enti ne entwetwa sa ntokuro no die enti na yentumi nka se sika yesi akodi nipa bi botom yenye se sika no ebi questions no na yebeka se sika be 12 million ayira eso ye hia 7 million ewo ha sei etika 12 million yen kwa hwe akira kwan eno empanimfo de ho enkyiremu aba ensam no de edoso na yebetwie ho aba yeba yebetoa so ene ye sansem ye mu ye kase ye widen tasnet no a se Ghana nipa ewom population ye womo ene 30 million and over ne se nipa 2.4 million ene otua to a kwanya mpanimfo betumi afaso amadodo na yage to afiri wo honom no eno so ene wonamo ana yetwe ho aba ye ba ye bekom na afei napo nsem no so ya hwese enei eye napofo ni nyina ena letter ye ba ye ne se wonkotena fie ana se under chieftaincy ministry napofo ye wo honom ena sa letter no ayese efiri ho ba ye no echese wonkofie ministry no so die no kan edefa ho ye dan ye ho abasesi a ye ba ye betra so ewe Ekosiise adwumadie eso medin ede akua boachewa yiadom yentwa ye ho enya boafo nkracho emra
It's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Shy, cow the new.
Oh say Ecobank, yeah cruising.
Monso bet me cruise wo wankasa wokem. Esane Ecobank Auto Finance Package nti. Koyen cardless ahodo PI no onye adwuma bebia. Ye ka eda wakoma so. Say new car, say second hand. Ehwa ye mount special discount. Ecobank sa den hihye pa beboa mo atua ka no ho kanyina. Ye mount interest rate ani boa wo from kra. Ebe brim wani so. Oh, so when your accounts work Ecobank money how kra. Sa kwenya ye da ho mo bia. Enti enso sa ka no ho da keke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa ko Ecobank nkra bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Ehihye kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Provident Insurance.
Provident Insurance HHA Provident Insurance bode ura ka kire Ghana fo nyina se. Pron ho niya. Na pepe insurance ma wo ka fofra wato. Ana ka wutwi deda. Achede wo ho. Ebi ni coupon ye dipu petrol free gu ye ka mu. Ni Provident achede ahoro bebre. Media ifiasie free 1st of January, kwesi 31st March. Kai se, inhihye kakra wo ho.
Insurance, your future happy days.
With Provident, man, you are covered.
Bema netie mie se wo ye obi a wodwunso ntentema najo anansa wo bema mu ta hyehyew wo kyemu ansa na wodwunso so a na emu akyemienu se wo bema so ate ana empaso agudie na kofom nti wontime nyinse wo yire dia ene Access Clinic and Prostate Center ene ye wo last stop efise Access Clinic and Prostate Center die yenni majuma ememma ho odinti ene ye bai Access Clinic and Prostate Center ene Nima Police Station ene dinhwe animu ewo Maslot Hotel any the Youngsters International School finfin honoa Freyen and was 024-025-7333 and 020-352-2579 Access Clinic and Prostate Center Beme Bia and Nidaswono.
Hey, lala didi lala. Wa worry aso de. Na me de ye me Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma wo sesan. Africa Queen Mackerel de what ase owuni. Se wo de ye aduane a. E danso. Tomato sauce na egu ho no so e ye rich. E pise wo. Nti e me aduane ne de ye stronko. Enam no so hyemu ma. Na me kire se nam panko a. Wa wo beti ase. Na wo be checking so. E ye grade 1 o. Na me say se me twa kwa me nkwan. Na me tu bi gu mu a. Na to ne ne term so. Honey, oba papa. Oh you ma. Me do. Me say, jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy day. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke.
Fabricam abasa ye besomo. Enofo Friday abeja sweet. Yeti obo ade no ba ye ene nuaba kai na ya. Mfrafra ye bia nim. Emerime, mo junso twemu how ana. Delta Prost ene wo mu aye. Ye wonuani dress nko bia. Ebeko ahye iron ma woni pediem. Eno ne Pharisee. Sa wo pese wo honam esojafo na won ya den a. Ye kan fo glucodel ene vitamin D3 amount. Maserotan so ye edron wanwaso bia. Eto insabo a ene ye funumu how nyina. Sa wo paye nrai bi dodo eto a. Fabricam Pharmaceuticals 0302-938-785. Fabricam Pharmaceuticals address wo Kwabenya Polytank Anaseko Kosak Rick Jones and Kelmet Pharmacy sa. Ninyi na wo kanshi. Sa adwade enkratwe FDA agiatum se eye.
Ensuo mankwa. Ensuo yenkwa. Nom Awake purified drinking water. Abudun swa eye kroje. Ensuo ne ma wa hodede tena ho abribia. Kai se Awake bottle ba ko bia
Asempa FM.
Ye yisika kakra de kon National Cardiothoracic Center. Awake purified drinking water. One for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Nkratoi MD ahwehwemagiatum se eye.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow and yo.
Oh, say Ecobank, yeah, cruising.
Monsu bet me cruise wo wankasa wokem. Esane Ecobank Auto Finance Package nti. Koyen card dealers ahodo PI no onye adwuma bebia. Yika eda wakoma so. Say new car, say yes second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discounts. Ecobank side nhihye pa beboa wo etua ka no kanyina. Ye mount interest rate ani boa wo from kra. Ebebri mu ani so. Oh, so when your accounts wo Ecobank money how kra. Sa kwenye ye da ho mo bia. Enti enso sa ka no ho da keke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa ko Ecobank nkrabata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Ehihye kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Ghana Foy, DBS Industries asaka ne ho biemu so nu se eba se yem modan so yem fan chance papa ehon te ehunwa na eti apode a DBS any side one be bie Ghana Foy ni e woni ma bebre ho na obeka ya afia no free installation a woto Colourlink Plaza ye de ma wo no abo ni pa bebre afi we dia ne de eye super duper free installation and ye de bremu ni nyina ne se free no aye double se woto Colourlink Plus sheet super sheet rainbow sheet and mattress if we sabre kopim December 31st 2021 installation no e free unim dada so say woto Colourlink Plus ye free installation ni wi a wo 20-year warranty e bata ho when ye mu ode e mu hwam e brani ni so obebo dan so wo bo ni ye e DBS Industries and e do saka gina mu no e de na de se woto nchensen any trusses ye installation ni amount free of
Asempa FM
0240844444 Takrade 050-600-4242 Kumase 050-600-4141 Obetumi akwa website www.dbsghana.com and now send a mail info@dbsghana.com. DBS Industries Limited still wofin papa fie DBS Industries Limited yebe boy down so ansa na fina kwawie.
Sweet darling,
my beautiful baby.
Hepa Plus mixture here. Ebusinya no ebusinye immune system. Abusumi pini obia enya ready. Tia siemedo.
Tie, Hepa Plus mixture enya adwuma ebeye no nipadua ni mo no afi kra na ebeye nwanwa mo. Aduro ye ma ye general well-being. Ebusua pomden ho hia me yie. Esene bibia. Ebusua wotanom Hepa Plus mixture no. Won sesika hospitals. Wo save e dia de foforo. Entime ma no mpafie ha.
She, we ye Hepa Plus husband.
Radio Hepa Plus husband. Enya won so beye Hepa Plus wife. Na bono. Hepa Plus mixture. Apen for about mo manufo ne nkwada woni dumyenu ka ho e pharmacies chemical and herbal shops at phone for 0542 778 572 and 0549 297 463 Hyper Plus mixer and my pomodina mapa
FD ashosho sa ejedi nkrato imu agya to se eye
LPG I am from Eja ehote nanso se ehobeti amawa agye se wo de adi dwuma yie ansa na wo beso wuja no hwea na hwe se mframeja ho nka biara enje ho se wote mframeja ho pampa na buebue apono ne mpoma no nyina eba ne saa a menso ana menum biara edi enyina mahoden eye adwuma dundum eja biara a waso wo ho na frɛ onimdifo mano mmehwe mawo fa semina nsuegu mframeja tontru no ano se wo hu ahuro a natural se etue ampa ta ehwe se droban na etwe mframeja no hu ntue na ta isesa droban no acha preko vie nu biara echi hwe se abri biara wo be soja no wo be pa wo matches ansa na waso wo stove hwe se mframeja ne ho asode no adum abri biara wo mfandi dwuma biara nkrato yi efri National Petroleum Authority aswe.
Every January, Copen March 2022, Prime Insurance, check the customers jina adie sika, a sumbo by 500,000 Ghana cedis. Your insurance, and as a renew insurance, our Prime Insurance, Open Shemubia, Fre 020-859-8216. And Shisheka Kra Ewo. Prime Insurance, rest assured you are insured.
Franco Trading
Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise. Afa or no TV, digital television set. I this satellite, any ultra panels. Abomuma.
Franco Trading Enterprise. Ewo Facebook. Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Eyomwa. Anyone munija. Sausuna www.francotrading.com. Android app. Eye Franco Trading. Instagram. Eye at Franco Trading. Nani pabadi for dosunti. Franco. Edi Momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby. Nemo head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Hacho Franco. Any Accra station. Any MT and the DNM. Also, Wabe Ecobank. Accra. Eye opposite Menaba building. And a La Paz and Suye opposite Tema station.
And our prayer number is in Chauntum 0246 422 338 and at 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still, phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita miami kei. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow than you.
Asempa FM.
Yeah, cruising.
Mwanzo ubeti cruise wa wankasa ukemu. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Kwa yenkadi lesa hudu opia enu onye juma bebia. Yika eda wakumaso. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ewa ye mouse special discounts. Ecobank sade nshishe pabe buwa mwetu ya kanu kenyina. Ye mount interest rate ani buwa from kra. Ebe brimu eniso. Oh, so wini accounts wa Ecobank money how kra. Sa kwenye ye daho mobia. Enti enso sa ka no ho dae keke. Abebu ewie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkra bata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Enshishe kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Bibi Besio, Bibi Besi. Adum 106.3 FM. Ebe mawu. Ai, wa wutie no ayi nkonya.
Tie Adum FM. Ewo wo phone so.
Abra wo fa won sanka wo phone.
Eno ne magic no.
Se wo pese wutie Adum 106.3 FM ewo phone so a. De obeya ne se
kasa keke.
Nedem.
Adum 106.3 FM. Akesimano enai no.
Entite wasudi na ubeti hunsem bebre enkonya mreni nie
Jim FM 106.3 top.
Oh
yeah. Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa,
Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Asempa FM.
Asempa 94.7 FM so enie nonum abapa hosima aduonu miensa ekosiise dwumadie so enie yadi kan akofa MPP amanyoko sesa aban a wote so yi enne enchemu a empanimfo ade animu ade aba fa 11 no ho Ghana ni se wonte ase a enne empanimfo chemu se enchechemu opese ode ba Emma Ghana fo nya wo honte ase emu se wunipa kro sa enhyehyeye eba na wo do ho ahyem wo se wutua bia wo moka eno na ene emu enchemu aba no ye ne akuwudo ebeka se stakeholders awowomu yebetia omo ye momo ye omasusu eshi na semi edi kan ba ye no ene omabomu a omo ntachire eba ebese wadwuma ene ne eka ho bebre ene mpanimfo nchemu a wode aba no entiase no aba entiase no atumi aba na ebekọ honom na ye ne mpanimfo atwetwe enkomo ewom na fei omayim ahyebedwam so ene donkuma ewo emrahyebedwam krata dabonche echese anopai nonkron pepepe ne wo so ne soafo a wo hwe omayi sikasem so onmunyamfo kenefuyata ehia na ilevia ho ne empanimfo wo mu wo se wode atudwa no eno so emunchemu watumi ede amawo na madwenche ba akomienu a aba dwumadie eso Facebook live Isa Ayuma adwenche yode aba osiwei eye entiase tietia tiasie tietia Ghana for ne woso obi ate ase ne se change aba e wo wiase nyina se wo hwe eye 11 ye mpanimfo so de ba ne se ama emmoa efise sei COVID-19 ti omambia woni anko didi a wogya bi no obi a ho kire no wanya ntwemu a enye yi abusuan kwa homa so na ye ne Ivan Sotumfo Momo Agents Association of Ghana secretary ya bodawa no entwetwe enkomo Otumfo majo
yo mini aba nejiruso
mini aba ma bokọ de
nyamena do
awie nhyiamu a akoso town hall meeting akoso ewo Kofodua so afọ hwe mayi sikasem so ne ne wo hwe enkitaundie so nkyemu a wode aba efa senti a sa 11 no ebo se Ghana ni bia gitumu no megidi se mo association no gina ya mudi kan si ye da bi ye ntachire ye nyini se beboa no ene nkyemu na aba no mote ne sen moje ne sen
yo meda sebe ma memfa nti akese ma oni wetifo yina ni edi kan ye nyane nti say there's going to be some town hall engagement on the proposed 1.75 levy. We are aware of that, but officially no me can say yenye aware nti engagement na call so an area no we will now take time to listen to the presentation yenyam follow whatever has happened at the eastern region here and then yenyam and follow here nti ye better time na yetie presentation here they will come out very clear on whether we are going to review our position and answer the Vijana.
Mo initial standard mo de ba ye mo position mo state ye on semu jitum manase munye entumu no ubetumi asisi so ama ye se wenti na ye se yanyintum na se ne wo ka no ewom se monche ye mo kohwe na ye mo bobi so nkyere wo ensem ampanimfo ka se yi masem na no a mo initial standard mo take ye no na mo se reasons ben na mo gina so
you need kind my man can say the reason why a ban person or the levy pay and the nam from baby obia TV but young as major stakeholders in the industry no as of now no the Ministry of Finance and also the driver of this whole policy no or young gigi into ever funny say officially no we don't know anything about this policy and whatsoever motivational because we are major stakeholders in the industry. And if you have any policy that will directly or indirectly affect the industry, it is only important, say, you will engage the very people who play active role in the industry. But ABC, we have not officially been engaged by the Ministry of Finance so that we also have our input into the whole policy, around, say, about or the panel. And you identify some few challenges with, the proposed levy, my started MFI data available, introducing mobile money interoperability. 3 years down the line, the policy in the now rate that's 1.5%. Now, 8 months after its implementation, at the rate of 1.5%, transaction stood at 5.1 million with a monetary value, and I say about Asempa framework, value no 786 million Ghana cedis. Now, this is what happened after last year. Bank of Ghana took the initiative to review the rate 1.5%, about 1%. In a space of 3 months, transaction rose from 5.1 million to 2.1 million. That is over 120%. And I also, in terms of monetary value, 2.3 billion. Into the interpretation over here is when price was high, consumption as a patronage was very minimal. But as soon as you review charges never firm to 1%, transaction rose to 12.1 million. So the indication is that the consumer is very, very concerned and also sensitive to price. And so at all times, the limited resources or one or better say, it will be used to gain the greatest satisfaction. And so with this data available, and your baby, you're gonna hire. And it means that we already have some existing charges on the mobile money services already. And they say the 1.75% as time back existing charges in what you find the MTN Krana, be 3.75 no. The telco some far intervention of 0.25% now, my dear. It means customer no ekutia and the new charges on the mobile money services every year 3.75% on MTN mobile money. I know now you want to say, I mean, the customer would feel so burdened. Now the customer needs to feel so burdened, then the customer might be tempted to, stop the usage of the mobile money service. We share a very direct relationship with the consumer. It is anything that affects the consumer automatically is also coming to affect we as mobile money agents. Because at this time, it is because of the customer, and as I have the hope, say, customer be able to transact. But the customer is on Madia, then I have no motivation going to open my shop, say, me go akoye etuma. It's no, and I so I can say, I buying and share na levy here because of past experiences, both outside and then even in this very country, countries that try to impose levies on the industry, in fact, they did not really experience good results. And no, I am as or mine, Yensu wouldn't have that experience.
Enti otumfoe mo niamo kanyina no munyina so yesa interoperability no review a ebe mu from 1.5 to 1% no a ema enhyehyeye no tumi ekosoro nipa dodo ewo mu oni sika ni tumi kosoro no eno na momode egina so ka se ye we no so se empanifo ka so mo de ba emoa masem munyina so se ye fa omayi mu a munyina so ye interoperability no. The factors are many. It being soon say a Juma Yewomu by 12 years me. 12 years me, a Juma Bena so be 12 years in fear do me upward review and as a young fast war, she insists I said yet next year, young council Edda Benum and a Pavia. Now Yakwako to as a mobile money agent, so Yaboni to. Ye active ekone so ye profit to be ejina na na aban san person the policy waiver na ye customers kakra ye wo na because of the charges nti won be can say ye be jaye use mobile money service in there. Then it is a cause for us to worry. Obviously, we still strongly believe say it is coming to slow down a tall list of economic activities because both the formal and then the informal sector. We are all leveraging on the existence of mobile money services. It is a cost in transacting business using the mobile money service. Was through there. Then it means that people will resort to our old ways of, transacting business, cash and carry system. Then also I say offer car and some wakwa kotia hoka. Until you share ebema PPR I am very slow. Mobile money now is an integral aspect of our economic activities. Every institution, both the formal and the informal, obia leverage on the existence of the mobile money service. And to share, not say the politics, but now I'm saying yeah, affect the mobile money industry. Other sectors will use mobile money. Ejadi for, Buta for. Everybody now. You say near two like it transact your business mobile money. Obi person sending his car say me factor be mania or the farm mobile man. That's the simplest and the easiest way. Otumfo na chese say moma sem ne say ma chese 11 ma emakura mobile money me emfato no ento so ana say 1.75% no na mumu hu ne say eso because ne Minister yi kasa ye fa swafo ye osho man kita ndie so ma me eslo usu kasa no na so omuso hwehwemu o maye no kire se omo edidwa wa abefo mfidi tintan yi so social media omo a ene obi nheda nkwaje shop wote ne dem na social media na so wadi ni dwa dwana wo di no so no etuo no se yesi ye widen tasnet no a sa nipa no etuo tua wonka ho ye won nipa bebre a kwan omo fa so e bo se omo tua to no mo ntua eti wo omo fa sa kwan yi so na ya twe nipa dodo no abam mo de ne se ma ye nye kura ana se empanimfo nte so
let's assume say policy no yentiake because obia engage yen officially what is in the public so we are chancing on that is what we are basing on. But as a major stakeholder, it is only fair and as important say applying any investment now we check yen policy nimu ye na yen so the input here ye the aba but ye nimne say abang person the 1.75% levy ever industry ni so ever can existing charges I wo in the na ye can bo my own say and there was so pa inti say abang my akonya na say yetinase I am sure say further details yen so ye was say ye de boa ma abang enya etike bia yen so ye betimi ediama but you say need our position is abang share na levy need on fan to be kra na yenye expensive consultations because you cannot propel a policy like this mobile money agent for you will never have our input and as it will not include us in the policy implementation as a policy preparation moment. You will never include us, then you bring something like this. Let it be on record say nobody gives us money to work. We are private investors and to share not say at the end of the day we are not really going to make any end and not any gains in the industry. Then we'll be advising ourselves. Then let it be on record on this big platform. Say the policy, if you hear implementation, and you don't go and employ somebody to come and do the implementation. We are the implementers of the policy. Policy we at the end of the day, no yen na ye kwa tana ye kwan ho ye kwa be a shop na ya ye ejuma and as to be per se or transaction on the mobile money ye timi as a vini pan ya ye bottom ska ya ska ya ko do bank and ye di ye ejuma no and say who say we are not all that important to the sector. We'll definitely get to that bridge and we'll know how to cross it.
Mamena wase na chesa mu de consultation no ene hia mo empanifo eme engage mo na ne wo bia no mo so mfa mo de emra echi enya mpanifo a ye de beko honom me ne wase otumfo
yo
abusia general secretary ema wo mo a wo mo ton mobile money hu dwadie no general secretary yo da wano Evans otumfo ena ye ne no atwetwe enkomo no na kwasi prempe bonsu wo se edi nti na ayese MPP fo nko a en wo hu eniema a eye ebo levy ehu ana niema ema o my Ghana koso ya NDC fo de ehu bi question en wo bisa ana kwabna gentle so se monkanche so afo yo sho maisi kasem so se Ghana fo mfa ho ene eto a wo kasa amano fo tuato amanoni ya wo kasa nipa wo ho no yire wo ho tuato no omu tuato no a empanimfo edi wanim no de sika no yempuntudwuma ema nipa no wo manum feli se ya yempuntudwuma wonam ka akwan so yesisi suku adan ade bia eye developmental projects no ya ma nipa na hu se metwo na metwa ye no ne ye de sika no ayeni entesa Ghana ya wo ba yetuato na empanimfo a wodi animu amanyofo wonumu arekaahye no kwabna gentle na adwenche ya won so ede abetum no Jerry Ofado mo ena David Churchmenson wasi ABY MTN charge no chese MTN wo charge 2% nipancomplaini afa yaba so se 1.75 so a ende Ghana for complain na chese sika ye de maboni a wabiebie nwuma sa sika no ntena Ghana ha se ne de Ghana for ye tua ye mobna ne ye de beyem puntudwuma ma Ghana no eno ho na Ghana for esu Isaac Oponjumo wasi ABY mechiamo anwumre Adamfopa media ye wo Paris wasi yetie mo asamoa ya so wasi akua mamoma baso ne adwuma mo ye metie mo efri Britain ya chese UK nyankopon onhwa mo onhwa so nanabo achese nanabo acho de no makinda da Dr. Baba Zamo master planner Genia Kentampo wase Ekosiisen ene demu a metie no yeso ye da asese wutie ya sebe amakom ahimfie wase mehwe mo gospel Baba shop debut Gospel Oak Barber Shop amakom wose ho na mitie mo efri yedase Stephen Owusu wose eti we no a empanifo ikoye no ene press conference we say town hall meeting no amoso omokoye no eye me pese me hu ade kro omo ye no ho wo mo kosre Ghana for se wo mo pachew Ghana for anyintum ana se wonu ebrage ena di akire Ghana for if say we have the men no men no ye pese hu adwuma omaye Stephen Owusu ede no Prince Henry Kofodua en wodi we efri wo se no kwasem ne se Ghana for hia tobus no ne ensa mfa mesi kwan ho na to na mpanimfo gege no wonsa magege enya sa kila levy we na mpanimfo so wode ba ma mpani ene na pamfo so wode ba omfa tobus no mesi kwan ho no na omnyege to no na levy ndie nyade so obi abetua ampa abembe na de ye ode aba wo se ampa ben atemdidie die da bia me kansa me ma no eni atem jiunya megaphone Patrick Kwasi Ajay o say wahu ade a mokoye no enen no wo mununu omo ho saa wo mununu omo ho na emfie nsia ni ya MPP aban yi betena so no 6 good years eniema da bia wogina simpie so a woka yes free senior high school no free senior high school eneso wen say wo mokoye eno ho asem na omoko kan ye 11 no mo de koyo Williams Kwabena Bechi was say
Asempa FM.
Politicians no say Ghana mine. Was say Ghana mine ni say ya ebrason say was say akanifo asumwa akanifo ene nananom hemfo sorry na what can be eche politicians no enye sa ba bi ode o mine ekọ de nkwankwan ye Nate Ebenezer Akoli so de ye ode aba Nate Ebenezer Akoli o se medin edi CP ya chese me hwemo efi gbechele na enchia nkoma minu ya bema wayo ene balo yo mowo krasan ye wo Eastern region Wonder Akligo was say you woni ohu ye no se wa ha no ho baba alasan so edie was say empire na ye bo say company fo betumi apushi sa agenda yi dia famu ye hwe ne besi Kofi Atunga so de ye ode aba Kofi finance minister na wonu suwe wo say Ghana for entry sika no na mo chese ne emfra na mode ebeye eno na ebi mu bisa wo hono mo say sika no kebeya obi question na obisa ye wo dwumadie na sesen kebe kra nka sika we ka enko consolidated fund no mu ka men ko foto na sika nyina gumo ye de fra wie se ni nyina ko man yi foto kese mka sa o man yi foto kese no ka yen hyeda empe foto foforo sa ni account foforo a na sa sika we ye hu se sa sika we die ha sei na eda na bosome miensa bia ye bu ho nkonta obi so de ya wode eba ye eno no na Edward Jemfi wo se etoda misuma Ghana for pa chese ye su ene ye ban nyatwem su ene ye ban ya nsesa ye su ban a enya de se oman no ebetumi akọ nanimo na abusuan ye wo ho ya so emrahye bedwam so nipa bi wo mrahye bedwam o mo se o mo ye hunger strike Bernard Mona kane minim eno odaso ye dwamtrani wo si PNC wajai wo hu ana o mayi no yo Bernard Mona sabre o wo mrahye bedwam woni nipa be ensia nipa bi a wo mo se levy aye ka ho asem ya ho ehu abufuo nti wo mo se chese wo mo twe wo ho anhwe ya mrahye bedwafo ndi asem befo wase enti wo tete woni a na omunim se omo te ho no mo hwe ne ekoso de a jama mpanimfo no ntumi nyi ntum enti wo de wo sumye won kete en wo niema nyina kogu ho no mo na wo mo sunsuo so ka ho ene video no na Jackson de atum wo Facebook no ye oye wo parliament o ye bekwa homa so enche na ye ne mpanimfo no akotwetwen enkomo wonum na ntese efi se nanka yenim se enkrata na wode eko yenko na Salom Dramani Gamado Justice for Ghana ekuo no mudin no Justice for Ghana Salom Dramani Gamado eka wo ho Salom afiri ahoma no so ebebo moden yensa eka Salom biwa hunger strike pa What minim time on be hunger strike no akwa koduru ene de mra hyebedwa mu ene wo na Alhassan Mesuna tema ene wo was say imposition of levy we hu media mi hu ne say nipa bi na pese wode beye wo ho be didi peche kwa enya de se beboa wo hu tobus no ampanifo egi free ho no o se pe wono no calculations awaye no Alhassan Mesuna no o se nke betumi ama ye sika ye pebia senka ye jai se sika no ye ma no for manfo nsase for manfo nsase a enka nya ne se ye bre yi levy ne de o se nya de se beboa e no wie ye wabu nkonta so e de atoa so ne yi levy no e de be ma yen ene ne ono agidi se enei katobus no e wo hono mo a ene so e de be ma yen kwasi we no said we free agona odobin wo se se oman ya ye nyina yatim eti obisa se wo bia nije se dabia ye besori na ye kita chance ne ye bekwam no ne yakoye lalasulala akosre ne masa wo se Ghanafo enti obia ni eje ho yenhwe na yensan kwa homa no so na ye nua bema Selom asan aba homa no so a ye ne no entwetwe nkomo Selom Dramani Gamado ewa homa no so Selom majo
mejo
mini abema boko de
odi a che Tessa Galenia de a luta continua.
A luta continua.
Victoria Aseta.
No Greek ni anase hin wedri. Latin mun wedri. Ka se Greek kasa na woken Latin. Eyo na yen show. Moda so wo parliament anase mo afiri ho.
Yeda so a.
Moda so temra hyebedwam ho.
Ye wa hesi.
Na mra hyebedwafo no mo mpon ye. Enti ye say omopon anamu ni omu nyina pon kofie.
But this omu nyina omu afiri ha.
This omu nyina afiri ho.
Especially business committee no ana majority leader no. Omu free
na musumu kofie. Enti every Tuesday no na maye sa adwuma ya ene ya wo mu da so ye. Na Moses say
but me pacho way the first round of the picketing.
The first round of the picketing.
The picketing I know the ending there.
Enti picketing na moye.
Picketing yeah.
Enti mo wie enede no.
Enede no ya wie.
Na yes mo say mo ye hunger strike.
Next one no oda be yanka hunger strike.
If you say me mu video dia to Facebook ya mu kita kete ne mu sumye ya mo de nami mu kita nsuo amatoboto water de ma esomo na eduru ba bi so kura mu didi tinkam baby say hunger strike be ne ya didi
da be nye hunger strike me pacho
ne de mu ntumi nye wo hu
bu na we first person na wo ka ya temo ya nye hunger strike dan so no kra de omu twemo no na omu so omu di ye we no to say 11 no enye omu no bi no omu to nsuo mai
obi na to nsuo no enzo na ekita Bernard Mona na obi na toche mo
obi na toche say ba e fa nsuo ba ati
na ma yenhwe masem potin efi se Gamado ni eminim ni se ye fa obi te se Bernard Mona ono ne constituency na minim na Dolly Kalio na hyebedwani represent no in parliament e levy no minority for state won stand dey wo mu se there be entachiri majority for so say ye tachire ye omugu so etwe ho daawere etinka ne animu ni say ye de bill bi ana say ye de enhyehyɛ ye bi say policy bi say ekotop no so na say wo ye Ghana ni mu ani nye ho say ekuo yi no na nka mo de letter akọ emrahye bedwam empanimfo ye so ye die ni ye input a ye pese ba mu onie na say omo take decision bi a omo hu ni ombeye na masa akotena akiri ho no mo no eno so ka de mo de mo letter kwa na say mo de letter ni
that be on the 8th December. I fear on the 8th December 2021. And then 26th November. Now, but on the 8th December, the petition a command leadership of parliament. Busimi Bakuni Echem Yantishi free or more. You stating your reasons for the opposing the e-levy. You stating categorically unambiguously say 11 no de enye ma ya ba ya twi aban we agin eba nyama bi so say so mutimi ye nyama say to say ukaya yewra baomia time a oye running mate no waka sembi osisa ban crofo no jai sikanu wia when the government officials stop stealing money, there will be enough money in the system to run the economy. And also no, you are reminding you, say, so bet you catch in for no more just canu here, and no scanu be back room na 11 no, and no who he say on be implementing 11 because we share 11 now. The characteristics of taxation and tax no 11 they want kura bi kura. According to say aboa bi aba krom no eye say ye cut in the com and I decapitate no well every Ghana mine and nunti na ye dey ye vehemently opposed to the levy. It is obnoxious, it is repugnant, it is despicable, it is at war with the economic well-being of the average Ghanaian, given the hardship the incompetence of Akufo-Addo's administration has plunged us into. You understand? You cannot plunge us into economic misery and still wants to strangulate us in that misery so we die. You have sworn to rule human beings, not dead bodies. And now on the 7th December, or the 7th January 2021, original way your friend is saying, when Independence Square. Say was swear say obe create economic well-being my one swear say obe be kuye tax way there according to the government want to legitimize pickpocketing in the country. So when the government succeeds in legitimizing the pickpocketing in this country, that will be a fatal blow to the security of the safety of Ghanaians. And no na yekire and no ti na yewa Nepa bebre umagia to wo studio ho na wo interview we. Meaning pase usu you are not enthused and excited about the levy. It is because of your professional ethics. You are hampered or tricked. You are hampered by your professional ethics.
Gamado.
Join us here.
Gamado. Me stand there me de no e wo mitirim na wo de no na say wo de aba ye nyina ye discuss here. If you say ne wo kan me ba wo. Wakasa bia ye nto aso enkoye nim ne enne minim se enhyiamu ekoso sa public forum ekoso ewo Kofodua finance minister na communication minister nchiemu ya wode aba se ewo se ye widen tax net no ewo se ye tumi ma emabunu youth a woni adwuma yo wonya bi ye ewo se ye tumi constructive roads ewo Ghana ha sei na ye wie so abosia bebrebe ya ye kogye no ye tumi ete so because COVID-19 nti ena oman bia nya krado se mi wosika wo be fakọ ena sa wo kogye kura no a wo mu no na editati amount se wo agi mi sika dia wo call country no mu a this is how you should run all country no eti na bra so se Ghana beyond need no ye tumi ya ade e beboa ye sa loopholes a wo kan se entokuro wo mu na sika sem na amanfo di sika ni nyina no penifo ne se wo guso eniema abode atoto akwan mu no wo di tuatua sa ntokuro no eti levy na no so hia se beka ho na sa mpuntudwuma nyina watumi ayo eno no mantia na se entwasomu mamo
asema okanyi nyina se enu na justification for the levy no
Asempa FM
anamibwa abai no e broke me pacho ma me bisa question we wonim say wo Ghana has here no yesika bia yira 12.8 billion Ghana cedi ayira who said 12.8 billion any sika levy no beba no ne wo de na edoso Argentina buy no ntimi ye effort biara effort just can ba obe jai tax can wo na oba ba wia ye sika because levy no a pickpocketing policy o enu na epese amantie like Ghana for no mutia ye
Mr. Gamado I don't think say fair so obeka say obeba be wia ye sika
but that is what it is.
Ya je tuo wo man mu a
hello unless you want to take this interview to be on the side of government, do that thing for me to know that you are representing the officials of government and I will know that I am addressing a government official.
Mr. Gamado,
but
your choice of words,
Mr.
Gamado, your choice of words, nipa no aye mo Martin ye kanu ase.
And what is my choice of words when the thing is so you want me to call a spade a big spoon?
There be you me say ye jitwa no e kronobo.
The e-levy is a pickpocketing policy. We have done a scrutinous job on this thing, a diligent scrutiny on that document. We are not just speaking from vacuum. We have solid basis for our opposition to this thing. Madam, you are a journalist. Join us here to oppose the government this thing. They have chopped our money. They have squandered, dissipated our money. Now they want to steal our mobile money accounts. What is that?
Enti Mr. Gamado, for how long gana near mu beto aso aya?
We will continue to do this thing until we hear that government has seen the wisdom in withdrawing the e-levy from the purview of the legislator. That will be the end of our picketing, our protestation, our demonstration. But as long as it continues to be on the shelf of parliament, we will continue to resist it with every sinew of our being, with every fiber of our being.
Yana wasina yemfaunsia. Abusia Justice for Ghana ekuo ya Bernard Mona edi wanim ene emrahebedwem meno na Salom Dramani Gamado ede atudwa se ombekwoso aya eti yede no ebesia na yada nase ye betwa so na yakoyanim na ene steady we free taifa na eba wo se mamin ensre Ghana fo nyina se omomwa abanya wotisue na wontumi enya sika wode beboa amannwuma abuso ewo my Ghana mu ye kan tro a emu eniema anane ye totumi ye se eboa amampuntudwuma atumi akoso ena steady way free taifa ena eba ena ebu secondi so ede ye ode abani o se bi wan sa 11 semwe wa hu Ghana ye dodo 30.8 million no a ye wo ewo magi mu no out of say nipa yi emu 2.4 million and yesi wotua sa personal income tax na working o se masem bisanie kwan be so ne ebetumi afa ama sa nipa dodo no a wontua to no watumi atua to eno ene asem a wo se yebisa na chese Ghana beyond aid no yatumi ayo akwa animu amanchiri ma so wabehu se ne empanimfo ye ne kosoro wo se hwe me de matietie mu a nchechemu eba ene ne ka ho nyina no ne mahuo ne se empanimfo eyo sa nhyehyeye a eyade ebetumi aboa mesrew eya na wasem no etwa ne samri mamwate ebetumi aboa nchirima eno ana metwa samri no ede ama no ebu secondi ede eno no ena weso de ye ode aba fawaza de we free ama saman wo se center no ne ntumi hodu ewo NDC emu minim ana we ye dada ho wo se me nwanwa bebre se NDC fo ana se nipa no kakra bi da so kita sa entrench position no mu ana so da so gina ba bi a wogina se 11 no wonte ase se empanimfo ebeba cheso wode beba ye nyina ye wo magi mu ena banking transaction tax ye da so empanimfo etum mu wo ye ne na esese wo ye se na esese wo yo se na nwose wo yo ase nipa bi ere ye fi wo ho nipa bi ere ye fi wo ho ne empanimfo ya ebetumi aboa ena ogusu a wo ye taxes bebre ya mampani dada John Dramani Mahama ede baaye no abanyi baaye ne emmoa wabeye free honomo ne beboa ma man na tumi akoso enebre ena mpanimfo gusu a oye no enti in the interest of the nation ena mpanimfo de sa tro eba Fawaz anyway free amasaman or say constituency youth organizer hopeful cry fe no opre so beba onso ne de ya wode abetumu eno no Asempa 94.7 FM so enie yeguso ekosiise adwumadie ena yeguso ede ebrew no na OPK ede we free go so ena eba wo se munkanche Bernard Mona say sa picketing no a wo se wo ye no obetumi aye for 8 years 11 no penimfo beje atwum ena David Ejay wo se eno na asa hyase no country a tese kasa omanya yetimu ya kasa sa jack of all trades master of none ɛna kyese koso ɛwɔ ɔman Ghana mu typical of Ghana for any kasa wɔn so ne de yɛ ɔde ɛbaayɛ ɛno no ɛna isa yuma o message no mabom ɛdada wadwenkyerɛ no de ba yɛbɛkenkan ɛde ama Facebook ɛna YouTube yɛdem live ɛwɔ hɔnom ya Felix Osafo so Felix Osafo kantanka ɔsi Worcester ɛna mewɔ na ABY ma menkyia mo na NDC for no ɔsi mesrɛ wɔ paa sɛ ɛbraso sɛ sika no ne yɛwɔ sɛ mpanimfoɔ gyegye ne twumboa ma ɔman ne kɔso no wɔyɛ ho adwuma baba alasa so ɛdeɛ wɔse empayɛ ɛna ɔno bɔ sɛ saa nhyehyɛ wɔ mpanimfoɔ ntumi ɛmfa ɛntum ɛna owusu ba fim mensa wɔse hwɛ senka ɔman yi ɛtuo bi a yɛgyegye ɛne sika a yɛgyegye kasenti a yɛgyegye no yɛtumi ɛde yɛ ho adwuma ɛnka wɔ nyinaa nka ɔhaw bi animu sapeten no watwerɛ ne saa no wɔse Ghana yɛnyina yɛte ha sei wobɛhwɛ sapeten ɛna kaasoa wɔmo se wɔnumu ayɛ eti ka kyerɛ mpanimfoɔ sɛ ne yɛsɛsɛ wɔde sika no ɛyɛ no wɔnyɛ kaasoa ɛne mmiayɛ ahodoɔ aka nyinaa no ɔmonya ne asphalt sɛdeɛ ɔmayɛ islegon ne mmiayɛ ahodoɔ aka no Michael Brew wɔse mumisa soafoɔ yɛ ɔhwɛ ɔman sikasɛm so ne minister communication minister ma yɛsɛ sika no ɔmagyegye dada yɛtoɔ no ɔmadi kan agyegye no deɛ na ɔmudi sika no yɛyɛ so ɔmotumi bɛkyerɛ Ghana foɔ sɛ yɛagyegye toɔ ebia 100 million ne yɛde sika no ayɛ no 1 by 1 ɔmu ho nkonta nkyerɛ Ghana foɔ ɛnka saa toɔ wei nka wɔmmerɛ no wagyegye ɛso wɔbu nkonta ɛnyɛ yie Ghana foɔ so nyɛ wadwen sɛ wɔɔba abɛtua toɔ ama obi abɛdi sika no ɛno ho ma nso na sɛ ɛda hɔ nom no TK Asamoah ɔsi ebi wan hwɛ sɛneɛ nneɛma asi apete paa hwɛ sɛneɛ nneɛma asi apete ɛwɔ man a yɛte mu no mu Nicholas Jenny ɛde ɛyɛ ɔde aba ɔsi Nyankopɔn nhyira MPP amanyɔko no for good ideas a ɔmode aba Nyankopɔn ɛnomɔmɔ Kwame Sapon so ɛdeɛ wɔsi nipa a yɛwo wɔ memenda deɛ ɔmadwen no ka papapapapapapapa menim sɛ minister no asɛm na wo kan sɛ hwan deɛ na kan Stephen Etu ahene so wɔsi medin de atimbila pato kentampo na levy ni nyina mpuntudwuma ɛho adwuma na mpanimfoɔ ɛyɛ etini why na adwen sɛ wontumi ntua no onko hin Burkina Faso ayo wo so deɛ no Victor Amabel onso sɛ monka nkyɛ Ghana foɔ sɛ ye mismanagement sɛ sɛne yɛnsi ɛnyɛ yɛ nneɛma yie ɛna nam so ama ɔman no agigya no ɔman no sɛ agigya a yɛtoto yɛ nneɛma yie a enka without levy no ka Ghana betumi akɔso Alexis Ampofo so de yɛ ɔde aba ɔse yɛtua COVID levy deɛn levy ni nyinaa amwa Ghana bank sɛ na agye agu no banking sector levy so wɔ hɔ a Ghana fo etua etidi etuo bio wɔse Ghana fo enwo so etua tuo bi aka ho Tony Asha so de wɔse enti die penti no mkɔyɛ saa town hall meeting ya NPP fo yɛ wɔse wɔn de wɔnte ase ne nti a ɔmo yɛ Emmanuel Saka so de yɛ a wɔde aba wɔse hwɛ enemies of progress mo mpuntuo ɛso muntua sika na ayɛ hawo abusuama mimi nhoma no ntumi free saa bi ko obetumi afrɛ na wo de wadwenkyerɛ abadwumadie no ɛso ɛma yɛde yɛ adwuma nwume no 0302 216545 ɛna 0302 216546 obetumi afrɛ na wo de wadwenkyerɛ abadwumadie no so Douglas Kwame Blaze Fame yeboa wɔse levy no na asan apie hadie aban no wo try bia such as wo beje Ghana fo sika dendenden eno ne sa levy a wo fa ha na omo de ahia wo fa ha na omo de ahia mo nka nche aban ne se pani a wo ye auditor general say 12.8 billion afansa se omo nkwaje sa sika no na omo fa mo ama empuntudwuma entumi enkoso wo mai mfi se levy sika no enru 12.8 billion no ana Charles Opoku wo se hwe mpanimfo ye kasa nyina omadi Ghana hwammo ena make Kobe Wood also was say Ubi na ubi sana asem no. Peter Ken na mpofo so de ye ode aba. O se hwe ne omo ye nyina ekokofu bobo e na omo ebo no. E na shama aba benya wo se yi levy ho ensensem. Kwaku. Yamfa frefo a odikan. Hello.
Hello, good
evening, Pacho. Ma wafidie no enko form wo achi na to asoma yen.
Pacho. Pacho, because if you could dance.
Ayo, eja me enti o se kumfifo ho ya.
Pacho bi aho ye. Na ma don take campus me tell say you live no edin ne kwade edin akata because entumi ka bete obi ka yaduma na o tseno ma me sika na aso. Nse ne edin pa. And I have how make a cow.
That's what dia wo de aba ekumfifo ye chia wo nyina mesumi din akua boahwe yiadom. Hello. Went to me enyina so na Julie Belinda Obri o se yentua na me sendi sika Ediaba Ghana na se meka se me de koma obi a mo abete ho to papo o se yentua Ghana obi anya na dwen se wo betua nti monka nkire mpanimfo ne se wo mo ye den Ghana fo sisika no enya de se wo betua se tado se problems a ekoso nyina no ba bi efiri eye NDC amanyuko no mpanimfo ya ewo mu se tado so de no.
Hello sister Kia
eja mpacho odi ni ba bi a ofrefre
pacho your friend Kwabna entry me free Sema.
Yo, Kwabra mi enti o.
This is me stress Ghana for that levy umi enti ni. Every group bi okron ha ya. Ade bia be boa Ghana for no. Eya kwan omo fa so a omo esomu no. Aya na ye soronko. Emere bi ba ya omampanyin kofo ka so anya oye okruma. Yenya group bia ede adwonwo ko parliament eye adwonwo a enye oil so it mesre pa say free SHS eba yehuni group bi mu kafa ho national health insurance eba yehun say group bi wo parliament a almost stage work out every parliament it ye besre Ghana for say ade bia ye papa eba no group bi wo ho a me de me pese me body kwan yom fa so mo react no eya enye enitirimu miemi na yengi 11 ntum na mo aban na ontimi enkoda ni sita gua me da so ni nyame ya adwuma.
Yes da se Fabricam Pharmaceuticals Company Limited abusia Ferroc ene ye ka supplement ba ko a iron wom ene chese vitamins ahoro a ebo anipadua no abusia Fabricam Pharmaceuticals say enura ebo a building immune system no ene glucodel eno so ewo hodomo here chese ebo ama wapom den no ene ma atumi akoso opebia from 02444 864 414 ene ofre woni a obeje so. Hello.
Yeah, mama abom say
apom ye jana so
yeah adom yakopo abua ye ho ye pa we are from watching Fifra Class Central.
Pacho, meet you.
What about Juma? Michelle questions near Niama, oh, yeah, who say, wouldn't my Jumana, oh, yeah, the pa. Now, advice can crab a man say, if I do a woman before back or questions, you know, no one about the amount. Now, mean call as a minswa. Ye levy, idea, a bad boy on my Ghana, papa. Metis will be sending buses from our broches. Ghana yentua abroche na wote no taxes e wotua no ya wo monka sa abroche taxes wan tua wuntimi ntra ho na gani atua ne Ghana ha me de Ghana ye no wote abroche se yentua ye betua na menua wo mo se wo flo obi o se ha otumfo kwan na ni interview no ma men kan che sa ni pa ne se se ma wo kan nyina oboa me se me ye bi adwuma ne me wo bi ye ni sa group bia ho sa o na ye na mo no de sika no ko pe ba ye ni ade ye adwuma ai tu be gina ye nam ze aban me hu wansa wo me hu sa de ye MTF for e no mo no catch on platform e ni ye nyina so ye pe be sia na ye di gani bi enti aban de ni policy bi ba me a me te kwa ho amakopa mbesi a me de ye adwuma na kakra me so mi nya me kakra no media aba mi na ba ko yede aba ni company na wo hihye o mo hihye me ati sa o mo se hwa secretary ene ade ade nyina o mo bua ya propaganda go fo bi na show ma fle to mo nya sa de no
yeah that's it mame fa frefo di ho hello Africa Cream Mackerel Obapa products no emu eba ko eno no ye kan Africa Cream Mackerel ebusua free resanten se wo be ye jollof no ati taste no a Africa Cream Mackerel ene di mu akagina mu se wo de on try bia ye jollof na fa Africa Cream Mackerel ebo no na hwade we say taste no a different ukodwa so a Obapa product no Obapa sardine tomato sauce e ka ho Obapa sardine ewom Obapa rice ewom Obapa fufu ewom na Africa Queen penny de penny eno so ewo ho no mo a ebo a kama na Ecobank Ghana baby a wudi usika to a enei o how bia emachiri Ecobank Ghana say fa usika beto na osiachi ba eno de ma wo hello.
Yeah, good evening, madam.
Good evening, Jampacho Dini baby afefe.
Say friend me Amenuku Emmanuel, Kasafi Ashama Lebanon.
Yo, Amenuku mienti yo.
Yeah, Pacho bibin e aminti ase wo Ghana. Say aban bi de bibi ba na opposition aka say nye. Oba so on cancel o. No nso de bia ka humpo. Ana ma say NDC say o invest e wo infrastructure mu. Ana ma say NDC so invest e wo nipa mu. Because what's it done was one for beer because you can say call IMF 3 years or one for Jumani be and be by my own backlog or home with fa. And 2 needs to see another na every ball mine. Yeah, 7% in Bisapa. And 11 in my own say beboa. But I fatigue Ghana for say, yet you know a 2 bisana. No mudi and town. Your problem pani. Anka ye good pa. Because we check as a FF, you know, a 2 and omudi ya buchi mani efe enti to me a yentia ba enche beto aba so mo antini afa nyom pse media then you hold them yeah see that crime me one person in can
yeah that's a pa ene wadwenche wo ye abanjuma yeni na opesa akatua wogie efri bosumi ekosi match bosumi no ye double no ma wo se wo me fan se oje 50,000 se woje 5,000 so we get 20,000 ye double no the amount Ecobank ene ode aba no baby a wodu sika na bia yi free ho baby a wabie wo bank account no bia no ene ekwaku mu nyina monkoyi wo Ecobank so dia ye se free sabri ekopem match bosome no wo salary na ede wo de bekọ akoto no se multimedia for na ede koto a ye bo honta na ye the amount wo mpe we na apede Ecobank Ghana bomoden wakatua na manemfa ho no mo the Pan-African Bank omo NAD animu
hello
Ejampacho Dini baby afrefre
ye friend me bell me kasa fi
yo Ejampacho mienti o
first one yeah me accuse you kasa na ye for so yeah sometimes they make units living kasa. The fire na we advert was the kasa no more.
Yo, facha me why? Facha me na. Me so no an editua mekanti.
Okay, let me go on. Okay, with that E level or no E level, you may never patch them say. You Obimuadin who say Ebebuaye. Yentimi Kobobushia wo IMF. Na Ebebua Ganama. Any Ubimu Kase Yenjai na Yenkobobushia. Embeshe Ghana for
Asempa FM.
The quite sure the best way ye man. Na sa quite no ye fairness. Fagwi, enu anemu na ya hu say ye yesa de no. Emwaye ni between no ye do but me ka me pa che say Sesia ye kai na government yi ni party politics mo. Me government yi ko je say na ye mano any more university any more ye government eduma any yi no. O me de na o be survive. Ye bebre pa because me Asempa our president no can say IMF no uko ho it is self kode e change we be akuni kode o ye new bebre instead of the base of mine we want Ghana to grow and therefore there's no politics in anything that we want Ghana.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Mami fa frefui in chato. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Mpacho dini baby afefi.
Your friend was saying because of Los Angeles, California.
Yo, Miss Osei, mean to you.
Yeah, maybe the meaning about me can say, you may be not yet. Or maybe the woman just
Asempa FM.
Engineering Koso. A country, I have a snap with him as you have a Libya anyhow, only cash. You see, while I over California, you need gas, in Canada, and the other respectful. Then you have a girl, you latest, almost $7 a one. Nina a 32. Into the country say Nipa 30 million actually 2 million in Jakarta. Now person buy me o kwai ma wo me so ma wo me we ma. E himi fa no wo kwai. Ita bi area ya person mo ni kro me ye na restaurant. Unjia ye say this come back na wa. When see your money jam me ade na o mo tie ne wo. E free. It's me number one in Yamsia Lunto. Muntia, 2 million people know Mutia Tazino. And to me, a baby, what they need the back. And see, the Abaya or Monson or one form of the Ember, and your own agreement like the Yamsia Betanasua. In fact, that is dear, not you. Yin I have here, one Fambra.
Yeah, that's it.
Because a minor of 2 million means the 10 million.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Ja. Abusia dia frefo no ebesia say na ya damase Hail Selassie Patriotic Voices of God so or say o message na bedru NDC for face severe nightmare o say ni nyina fa levy ho munim sese eba ebema eniema twumi akoso ewo mayimo na adwenkyere eno no na Emmanuel Saka o say munchusu 1 levy na say coronavirus na ho na ka jo say wantua corona na abenya na ohene bakwa akuso Dove Maso tokwa na wo ko to aso kwaku mensa de yode aba o say MPP for so development down the truth of NDC near omoye na sa na che cash donko also message no aba abedru abusuan de besia sei na yadamase ya de besia na yadamase Jason brana bepe wiala bitum mamena memfa ensore enko the land is good na yemfa ensi yadamase nyame eya adomo a omfa enom yen na oma adepa pa enchi yen bedin ade akua boachewa yiadom metena mu ade ma Philipos bonsu wo a woje britie yen hwe live wo Facebook and YouTube yada mu nyina ase papain Bisma Bedu yankopon o nhia papa yemfa ensi yade si ama sports night wo sports night ababe to aso ene Wallace ene na pamfo ebeba we are programs aka nyina ye de beto aso amam abusia madam ase mam monitor munyimfo na yemfansi ane yemfa seda no ema wo bakofo se wo persement a wo de be your task be di mu a ogina mu dendenden Franco Trading Enterprise ene mobile phones ene air conditioners abeka ho esada so ena Franco TV ebi ne bo ho no kama ena dependable herba wode Adom Malakio Adom Natural Tonic ene ne mixture ena Adom Lady K capsules ni nyina ba bi eton waduro bia ubenya bi ewo honom kama ama enema akoyi ede ama ho. Abusia yemfa NC madam ase Emma Monitia monye me phone na me producer say Dominic Sieboa kwakuchum Jacintia Moa
Africa
Asempa FM